What's up and welcome to another live stream with Gizmo Slip Tech. Today we're comparing the Steam Deck, which we're going to unbox right here, and the Lenovo Ideapad 3, which we're going to unbox right here. Now, we're going to be basically, the goal of this live stream is to help you guys decide. Should you go for a gaming laptop, a cheap gaming laptop, or a Steam Deck if you're on a very limited budget? For example, you could go with like a Steam Deck and like a Chromebook if you need something that's more of a laptop type thing, or just a really low budget machine. Another alternative is instead of getting two separate devices, you could go for a slightly more expensive gaming laptop. And I'm going to go over basically all the pros and cons here. We're going to do some actual testing, some benchmark results from using these machines in a bunch of different games. I've got God of War, Cyberpunk 2077, Elden Ring. What else we got? Shadow of the Tomb Raider, I think, is installed. Apex Legends, I believe. I've not tested all these games on the Steam Deck. I just downloaded them. Played like Dying Light 2. That's another one we're going to do. And we're going to try to do some benchmarks side by side. See what kind of comparable performance you're getting when you pay for the Steam Deck versus a gaming laptop. Now, I do got to give a preface basically that I bought this gaming laptop for $549. I actually have the receipt. I can show it to you guys. I did go ahead and screenshot it just to verify that I did buy it for that price, but the price since has gone up. I got it during a holiday sale back during like November, December. So it was on sale for that price several times though since, and I would not pay full price for this RTX 3050 laptop right now. It's currently, I believe, priced like $800 or $900, depending on where you buy it and what specs you buy it at. So that's just kind of the full context I'll give you. Also, Steam Deck does start at a lower price point, but we did get the 649 version in this box right here. So there are some lower end versions of the Steam Deck that cost even less, and some lower end gaming laptops that can cost less too. So there are a lot of variety of price points that you can enter for both gaming laptops and for the Steam Deck. And I'm going to talk about those. I'm going to talk about whether you should also consider going up to maybe like $1,000 or $1,200 gaming laptop versus like this $600 gaming laptop as well. So we're going to try to do a variety of perspectives today. And I just hope that it's useful for anyone that is interested in a portable gaming solution. Swift says, hey there, how's it going? What's up, Fat? Have you found an editor yet? Yes, I did. But I'm probably going to hire a second one, actually, because we're struggling to... Another part-time editor probably is what I'm going to look for. So anyway, here we are. Let's get into the unboxing. Let's start with the Steam Deck first, and then we'll get into the Lenovo Ideapad. Now, I did do a dedicated unboxing for this guy already, so I'm not going to do a full normal unboxing for that laptop. You can check my live stream history if you want to check out the full unboxing for the Lenovo Ideapad. That said, we are doing a full unboxing for the Steam Deck today, okay? So, without further ado, let's go ahead and kick this off. I'm super excited to try out the Steam Deck. I got to try it out just a little bit after testing the game just to make sure everything's functioning, but I haven't got to play, like, I only played Dying Light 2 for a little bit. That's it, basically. So I need to test the other games and see how they run, all right? So this is going to be super fun. Let's go ahead and dive into it. I know some of you guys have definitely seen some of the Steam Deck reviews out there before, and I haven't really watched much of that content. So I'm going to go into this pretty dang fresh, and yeah. So to start with, let's go ahead and just look at all the paper specs, the technical specs for the Steam Deck, the specs for the Lenovo Ideapad that we're going to be looking at side by side today, and that's probably a good place to start. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So this is my gaming laptop comparison list. If you haven't checked it out, there's a link in the description down below. You can look up some of the very best deals that money can buy on gaming laptops right inside of this list. And I would recommend this if you're looking for a really good deal right now. This MSI Delta 15 for $899 for under $1,000 is pretty tough to beat. You got a 240 hertz full HD display with a graphics card that can definitely power mini games at 240 frames per second with an 8-core high-powered Ryzen chip in this guy. So very nice machine for the money, especially since it comes with 16 gigs of RAM at this price point and a 1 terabyte SSD. That's just phenomenal value. That said, let's take a look at the Steam Deck. All right. So the Steam Deck is designed to be a competitor to like the Switch, as well as the like the old PlayStation Vita, or like any of these handheld portables that have come out. There's also a Razer handheld. Let me also pull that up real quick. So there's a, let's see here, where is it? Is it Razer Edge? Yeah. So I got my hands on this at CES. This was really cool. I liked my time with it. This though is more, it's an Android gaming handheld. It does 144 hertz AMOLED display. So it's a gorgeous AMOLED display, much better and higher resolution than the Steam Deck. It is also thinner and lighter than the Steam Deck, and the controls on it felt really good. But this thing is not going to do full PC gaming on its own. You only have Android games with the Razer Edge. I did a hands-on video with this on my channel. So if you want to check out that video, I'm going to go ahead and just direct you to it. It was during CES, and that's a little too far. Right here. So here's the Razer Edge video, and it's cheaper than the Steam Deck, or at least $399 for the base model, right? So that's the same price as the base model for the Steam Deck, and I did enjoy my time with it. I think it's pretty cool, but this, in my opinion, is not so much a PC gaming device as it is a PC streaming device. So you could sit on the couch, if you're going to mainly play on the couch, and use this. And you could do that for the Steam Deck too, if you want to pair it with a laptop. So looking at the Steam Deck technical specs, we got $399 for the 64 gig. All right, you get a carrying case with it, and you do also get slower RAM with this, or slower storage. It's basically not as fast as storage. For $529, you step up to a 256 gig NVMe SSD. All right. And that faster storage is going to let you load games a little faster. I did notice the loading in Dying Light 2 took a long time. So I can't imagine what the load time would be with this slower storage speed. And then the 649 version that we've got for today is got the fastest, largest storage. So it's got faster storage, 512 gig SSD. It's got anti-glare etched glass on it to prevent glaring, which is going to be helpful, especially if you want to game a little more outside, though. I don't think the display is even bright enough to really game outside very well, but yeah, it's going to depend on how, not direct sunlight, maybe in like shade, it would be okay-ish. You get an exclusive carrying case with the 512 gig. We'll take a look at that carrying case, and you get an exclusive virtual keyboard theme. Wow. Okay. Now, the fundamental idea of the Steam Deck is that portability meets power. You're getting a Zen 2 AMD processor with an RDNA 2 GPU combined in one. And it utilizes LPDDR DDR5 memory. And I believe this is a unified memory between the CPU and GPU, I believe. And so basically it's trying to maximize your efficiency, right? It's trying to maximize your power efficiency, and it's supposed to only be 4 to 15 watts for both the CPU and GPU combined, which makes it so you can actually game on portable battery life. That's the huge differentiator between this, the Steam Deck, and most gaming laptops, being able to game on the go away from the wall outlet, okay? Now, battery life is still pretty questionable on the Steam Deck, but if you use like an external USB-C power hub, it actually is not too bad, all right? So just checking in with chat, and then we'll continue down the list here. So have a great day, Mr. Streamer. Make sure you update the Steam Deck out of the box. I've already updated the Steam Deck. Amel says, wow, only $550. Yeah, for the gaming laptop, it's only $550 when I bought it. Right now, the price is currently higher, though. Out of the open box right now, if you're to buy the Lenovo Ideapad, I believe is $630. We're going to go over that here in a second. So here is the Steam Deck once again. Basically, the display here is super important to understand. If you're going to buy the Steam Deck, you need to lower your expectations compared to most gaming laptops. Almost all gaming laptops have a 120 hertz, 144 hertz, 240 hertz, or higher refresh rate display. And this is only a 60 hertz display. That is probably arguably the biggest drawback to it. And there's a reason why they only went with 60 hertz, because there's very few games, given the low power GPU, CPU, that would actually push more than 60 frames per second consistently. So think about the Steam Deck not so much as a competitive multiplayer gamer, but more so a casual single player games. And if you do multiplayer games, you can, but I wouldn't expect you to compete that well in multiplayer games because of the 60 hertz display. Now you can hook this Steam Deck up to an external monitor, and I do hope we can test that today. I want to try hooking up the Steam Deck to the GP or my projector up there and try using that to play some games. Though that's obviously going to make any kind of graphical, minimal graphics settings on the Steam Deck, because you have to tune down Steam Deck settings in order to get things to run smoothly. So basically, you have to taper your expectations for the Steam Deck, because they had to do a lot of compromises to get everything to run in such a portable package, right? So that's the essentials of the specs. You do get a USB-C power supply, which does 45 watts, and you get a 40 watt hour battery. It says 2 to 8 hours of gameplay. I was getting like 2.5, 3 in that range. So then you have a micro SD card slot, so you can expand the memory with just a micro SD card slot. And for USB out, you can use DisplayPort 1.4 to power like something like the projector. That's how I'm going to try. I've got a USB-C to HDMI. I believe I have that. If not, I might have to use it on my monitor. But we're going to try to do some 1080p gaming if we can, using the monitor or projector. Now, here is the specs on the laptop. You can see I bought this on December 5th, and it right now costs $899, but I paid $549 for mine because I got it on sale, all right? And sales on this kind of laptop happen pretty frequently. And you can also, right now, I saw an open box item for this laptop. Where is it? Right here, open box from $631. So if you're willing to do an open box, you can get it for the exact same price as the Steam Deck right now, even without a sale. Okay, so that's why I do think this comparison is very fair between the gaming laptop and the Steam Deck. That said, there are going to be even cheaper laptops out there that has like a GTX 1650 or an RTX 3050, and both of those are going to be in the same ballpark of performance as what we're going to see from the 3050 Ti today, and they're going to be even cheaper than this laptop, okay? Now, the main downside to this laptop, we've got a full HD 120 hertz display, Ryzen 5 5600H, but we only have 8 gigs of memory, which is gonna really chug on some games in PC gaming. So that's kind of a big downside here, but given our price point, you can definitely slap another 8 gig stick in here and get your memory upgraded. Another big downside is we're only getting 256 gig of SSD space, but considering our price point, at least my price point at $549, I could probably upgrade the RAM and maybe even the SSD to a larger SSD and still be pretty dang competitive with the Steam Deck's pricing. So it all depends on what price you end up paying. In general, I do think this gaming laptop, when you fully tune it out with a bigger SSD and a larger RAM setup, you're gonna pay a little bit more for the gaming laptop, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and get into the unboxing of the Steam Deck. So this is going to be awesome. All right, Steam Deck versus Blade 18. Oh yeah, that would be a great comparison, Double David. Oh my God. Are you gonna run Hogwarts Legacy? Yes, we have Hogwarts Legacy on both of the laptop and the Steam Deck setup. So that's one of the games we're gonna test. We're gonna run Hogwarts Legacy, Cyberpunk 2077, and Dying Light 2. All three of those are installed on both. And then I have some Steam games on my external SSD that I'm gonna try to run on the laptop, because it's only 256 gig SSD, which means it's gonna be limited SSD space on the laptop. So I can only install so many games. All right, so Here is the box. This is exactly as it came shipped to me, just like this. You can see we've got some nice styling on the external box. Let me go ahead and bring the light down over here. And we've got this nice overview of the Steam Deck. Kind of showing you, if you press this button, you get your Steam menu. You press this button, you get in-game options and like other settings. So that's kind of cool little guy there. All right, so let's take a look at the power brick. All right, so here is the power brick. This is a 45-watt power brick. It's chickeny, so it's not made by Valve. At least it's supposed to be 45. Yeah, okay, so it's 15 volts by 3 amps, so 45. And yeah, so the power cable here is not that long either. It's only going to be about 5 feet long from the wall wherever you plug this in. So that's kind of be a real limiter for some people. All right. But still, it's nice that this is super portable, right? That's kind of the key. This Steam Deck is going to be all about portability. You're basically, the focus of the Steam Deck is definitely like bare bones graphics, but you're still playing your games, and you're taking it with you. That's kind of the fundamental idea. Your games are going places. That's kind of their mantra here. It's definitely a big focus of like, you get to take your games with you, and in PC gaming, that's not typically what you can do, right? Because gaming laptops usually suck pretty bad on battery life. Their battery life for gaming and the performance on battery life usually is pretty dang awful, right? So, all right, so here is a wrap. This came plastic wrapped like this in case your box got wet. I don't think it's waterproof, but still, it's a nice little wrap, nice touch that they covered it. So here is your carry case, and interesting, I guess this is for the power brick. So the power brick can go into here. I actually hadn't noticed this. And let's just try this real quick. So we'll put the power brick into here. I don't know, can you put the power brick inside? I don't think you can, but maybe. So here is the power brick. And you just put that right like that. Shaboom, power brick's going with you. Throw this in your backpack or your suitcase or wherever you want to take it with you. Or you can just carry it with the carry handle. I like that. That's a nice portable case, and it seems high quality, and it's a hard shell case. So that should protect your Steam Deck pretty dang well as well from knocks and impacts. It doesn't seem like it's a hard shell, but it's fairly hard shell, all right? Lisi says, Steam Deck is great. I play Hogwarts on mine. It runs like liquid gold. It's such an awesome system. Well, we'll have to see how Hogwarts plays. It didn't seem to play that good when I loaded it just to make sure it could load in. But maybe through some more optimization, we can make it run better, right? So here's the Steam Deck right here. Notice that we've got, I believe, let me just double check. I believe it's a 7-inch display. Yeah, 7 inches. It's supposed to go up to 400 nits brightness, peak brightness, but it's only 60 hertz refresh rate. The resolution is also very low at 1280 by 800. All right, let's go ahead and take the Steam Deck out. It comes with a microfiber cable that has a Steam Deck logo. That's pretty cool. Let's try out this microfiber real quick to try to clean off some fingerprints on the screen. Beautiful. All right, so let's go ahead and just do an overview of the buttons and inputs you have on the Steam Deck. So right here on the left, you can see we've got our left touchpad. Hold on, I need to plug in my light. All right, and I should plug in my other light too, actually, while I'm at it. All right. So this Steam Deck has a lot of inputs actually, right? So we've got our Steam button, our touch input. This has haptic feedback on it. We've got directional pad. We got like a menu button. We've got a joystick. This is clickable. This joystick is a clickable joystick. You can hear it. And then this screen is a touch screen, I believe. And then, so that's going to allow you to play touch-enabled games. And then on the right side, we also have the ... This is going to let you pull up additional settings. We got another touchpad. So if you want to do touchpad aiming or use a mouse inside of Windows or something, you can do that. And then you got another joystick, another menu button, and then you got X, A, Y, and B buttons here. Going along the top, we've got the volume up and down, headphone port, exhaust. Yes, this has active air cooling in it, and it does need it to keep the power going. And it is audible. You can hear the fans. We've got USB-C input and our power button. For our shoulder buttons, we've got a shoulder on each side. And we've got triggers on the right and left. And then we've got additional R4, R5, L4, L5 buttons that you can press these with your index and middle fingers for additional functionality such as like jump or reload or access your inventory, stuff like that. You can map those to additional functionalities. So I really do like the controls and the feel, at least with my big hands. You know, I'm 6 foot and I do have large hands. So for someone like me, this is great. If you have small hands, you might struggle to touch these buttons while at the same time using these buttons up top, right? So if you're shorter or you're buying this for a child, this layout may not be ideal, but I think most people will get it to work all right. It'll be okay. All right, so let's go ahead and power the Steam Deck on. There we go. So now it's coming on. And I did update this already. And so we're going to let that boot up. Yes, it has Bluetooth. It's Bluetooth 5.0. So yeah, it should allow you to hook up external controllers with it. Okay. All right, so the Steam Deck is coming on. I suppose I could show you an overview of the menu. Let me just put this box away. Let's do an overview of the menu system, and then we're going to do the unboxing for the Lenovo Ideapad. All right, so here is, let me zoom in and focus. All right. Okay, so I really do like the interface that it comes with. You can see all the games that I've got installed. We've got Dying Light 2, Hogwarts, Cyberpunk, Apex, Witcher 3, Tomb Raider, God of War, Elden Ring. I don't have Flight Simulator. All of these I don't think are installed. Let me see if I can install 3D Mark. I'll go ahead and get that installing while we're going to go over the laptop. Because I would like to run Timespy and just get an idea of the performance. So right away, I can tell this thing is a monster. It's a huge handheld. It's much bigger than a Switch, but it's got better ergonomics than the Switch. It's much more comfortable in your hand than the Switch. But it's so much bigger than the Razer Edge that I did hands on at CES. It was okay. So it's letting you know the controls. You're going to use this to control the mouse, and then you use the right and left triggers to click. Okay. I guess it's doing some initial installs there. So the volume button does give you an overlay right here indicating your volume. I like that. If you press the Steam button, it comes up with your Steam settings. So you've got home, library, store, friends, media, downloads, and settings. and you can also turn the turn this thing off with that button. If you press the right dot dot dot, you've got brightness, audio, microphone, airplane mode. We go to the top here. So you have your notifications, your friends, brightness up and down, audio, and within this, you can see I can use my touch. Well, I did something. You can see you can turn off Bluetooth, turn on Wi-Fi, do airplane mode, do night mode. You've got rumble and haptics that you can turn on and off as well. For battery, you can see we've got multiple performance overlay modes, and we're going to set it to be like super detailed, showing us our full performance overlays. And we want this to be very high, basically maximum performance. All right, so we're basically going to try to test this at maximum possible frame rate, right? All right, so that's kind of your settings in there. So here's our overlay that we're going to be able to see. I'm going to zoom in a little more. So you can see, we'll be able to see the CPU usage, the FPS. I don't know if we're going to be able to see our actual averages for FPS, but we'll still be able to see a lot of data when we're doing these benchmarks today. All right. So let's go ahead and weird. It's kind of buggy right now. I'm trying to get it to there we go. There we go. All right, and bingo. It says we can run Timespy. I don't want it to run the extra demo though. And so the demo right now is checked. It's weird that Timespy is already downloaded, all right? I don't really understand why. All right. So let's go ahead and let's just try running it as it is. I have no clue what Timespy result we're going to even get on this. I'm not anticipating very high score. This is really much more about portability and just barely getting AAA levels of performance, right? That's kind of the goal. I want to play Diablo 4 on the Steam Deck. So a lot of games, as long as games can be have optimal low to medium settings, it's going to be pretty playable on the Steam Deck, right? If the game, like games like Hogwarts that have very bad optimization, are going to be a lot more challenging on the Steam Deck. But older games, like really old games that are say 5, 6, 7 years old, you may even be able to run them on medium, high, or ultra settings at the full resolution on this. So which one's better, the Asus TUF F15 or Strix G15? I would say the G15 usually is better depending on the specs. Attrition, does running it on battery versus plugged in make a difference? I don't think so. I think you can get the full performance level of having it plugged in. Okay, so it did not run. It says it's missing, which it should be missing. It says it's installed, but it's clearly not installed. I don't know. We'll try it one more time. I don't know if it's going to actually run. It's super weird that it says it's installed, even though we didn't install it after the fact. Please review the M16 4070. I will definitely consider it. I was thinking about doing a follow-up to my Alienware M18 or M16 video, seeing if Alienware fixed their software. I'm probably going to do that sometime soon here. Lee says performance should be the same plugged in versus on battery, but higher end games will drain the battery much faster. That's true. especially if you want to run 60 FPS on the high settings. You're going to be pushing the wattage on your laptop in here much higher. So it's still not working. I don't know why it's saying some of these are installed, or is there a way to remove some of these so we can run them? Has anyone ran Timespy? Huh. Says upgrades available. Let me try shutting the game down. And try reopening it, seeing if that helps. I don't think that's going to help, but let's find out. Sir, I'm confused in process. Should I choose AMD or Intel? I think both CPUs this year are going to be really good. It's going to come down to primarily price versus performance this year for Intel versus AMD. I did do some detailed testing on the Ryzen 9 7945HX versus the Intel i9 recently, so be sure to check out my live stream history if you want to check that out. So I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get into Timespy or not. It doesn't appear that we will be able to, but yeah, it's not even letting me access the uninstall, reinstall, and maybe we'll be able to do it at some point in the future, but it doesn't look like that'll be an option for today. All right, so that's what we're going to do with the Steam Deck. For now, let me go ahead and put this to the side. And, well, let's see here. So if I go here and go down to library, I wanted to show you something else real quick. And let me turn the overlay to be a little less extreme right now. All right, so this is kind of cool. So we've got 8 games installed. It shows me all of my games that I do have right here under all games. And then it shows you which ones are kind of optimized. And you can see Red Dead right now has an exclamation point, meaning that it's not going to be that great probably on the Steam Deck, right? So you'll be able to see before you download the game whether it might play or not. And certain games that have like the green check mark, that means that the game is almost for sure guaranteed to play really well. At least in theory, all right? So right now, these are the installed games that we have. We've got Apex, Cyberpunk, Dying Light 2, Elden Ring, God of War, Hogwarts Legacy, and Tomb Raider and The Witcher 3. And I've got a few games installed on the laptop as well. And we're going to be at least doing some basic performance comparison between 3 or 4 of the games today. But I want to try all 8 of the games that I've installed on the Steam Deck. So let's go ahead and get this unboxing done real quick. Now, I did buy this laptop, like I said, for $549 over some holiday sales in early December. It wasn't a Black Friday deal, but it was like, you know, a Christmas sale. And I would anticipate that this laptop will go back on sale at some point. I've got a link in the description if you want to check it out. And if I do see this laptop on sale again, I am probably going to be recommending it because it's such a crazy good deal. So the packaging with this Lenovo laptop is super, super simple. Let's go ahead and switch camera angle so you can see. So tilt it down. I think this may have had a plastic wrap over it initially here. And I think, yeah, so it had this in the keyboard. And I think this may have also had a little plastic wrap on it too. But as you can see, it's basically just the laptop inside of foam pads. So this is the most bare bones unboxing experience I think I've ever had in my life. Super, super simple. All right, so there's the Lenovo. All right, so this guy is very portable. It's got a very small overall form factor. Even the power brick is very small. It's only 135 watts. See if I can get it focused. 135 watts to the power brick. And the 3050 Ti does not need much juice, right? The 3050 Ti in this thing is a lower power limit GPU from the get-go. And this has also got some bare bones ports on it as well. So let's take a look at the ports. This is, I believe these are two USB 3s. I need to double check what port is actually included on this. Let me go here. Let me go to here. Lenovo Ideapad 3. I think this will do it. And there we go. Tech specs. So we have two USB A's. One is a USB 2.0 and one's a USB 3.2. Now the HDMI is a 1.4B, which is not very good for sure, right? And then we do have one USB-C 3.2 Gen 1. So that's good. And that'll give us some high-speed functionality. So one of these is supposed to be, let me get the light down and point it just a little better, and boom. All right, so we have a headset port, two USB A's on the right, and one of these, I mean, they both have the USB super speed symbol on them, so I don't know, I don't think either of those are 2.0, but that's what the website says. So that's a little weird. On the left, we have our power adapter port, Ethernet port, HDMI 2.1, and then our USB-C 3.2. So that should be a very fast port. And I'm not sure if that's going to support DisplayPort or not. I don't think these ports are the same that the website I pulled up here, because that's not the same, right? So I'm not sure exactly. I believe it's two USB 3s on this laptop. Now, I open it up. We've got ourselves a nice, clean, black plastic for the whole laptop, okay? This is not your high-end premium machine. This is not gonna have metal. The top lid is plastic. Everything's plastic, okay? The hinge does feel good though. See this one solid, unified hinge? This is surprisingly firm for hinges, and it does go back pretty far as well, not super far. And the nice thing is we also have 120 hertz full HD display, okay? That's phenomenal. Like for the money, I don't think you're gonna get much better display than that, right? $549 for a full HD 120 hertz is just incredible. Usually laptops in this price range are struggling to just give you a decent 60 hertz display. And so to get a 3050 Ti with a 120 hertz for $549 is nuts. All right. Like I said, I got this thing on sale. It's currently $899, but you can get an open box for $640. So open box pricing is still very, very good, I think. But that's also going to rely on you getting it from your Best Buy, right? So I'm going to put the Steam Deck back in the case for a minute. It just feels fancy, you know, having a nice case for it. So let's go ahead and just do some basic testing on this Lenovo Ideapad to give you some of your basic. Let me get connected to Wi-Fi, and we're gonna do this sucker in high performance mode, and we're gonna do a display test. We're gonna do Timespy, and we'll do a little bit of game testing, but we're gonna do alternate game testing with the Steam Deck. So we're going to do one game on Steam Deck, Cyberpunk, and then we'll do Cyberpunk on this. So we'll be able to see kind of the performance. And if we can, I'd like to do it side by side too, right? So that's kind of the ideal, but sometimes it's not going to let us do that. So notice that we have 3 performance modes in the Lenovo Vantage software. We've got performance mode, balance mode, and quiet mode. We're going to do our tests in performance mode. And let's go ahead and get ourselves a baseline level of performance inside of 3D Mark. And if you guys know how to get 3D Mark working on Steam Deck in chat, please let me know. I would love to be able to run 3D Mark on the Steam Deck. I just don't know why it's not letting us re-download or delete, the applications like we need to. There we go. Let me go here. Okay, so we've got 3D Mark loading up right now. The biggest drawback to this laptop is definitely, I think, the 8 gigs of RAM and the small SSD size. Those are the 2 things that are like pretty bad about it. But the nice thing about those is that they're changeable and upgradable after you buy it. So at $549, that still gives you like say $100 or $200 to upgrade your RAM and SSD, and still keep the price under $700, which is really great. Anthony Lee says 3D Mark only works on Windows. Interesting. All right. Sweet. So let's go ahead and get Timespy running here. And let me make sure Afterburner is open as well. Delete the antivirus software and bloatware. Yeah, they can be a pain in the butt. I agree. All right. Beautiful. All right, and the giving you my impressions of this Lenovo. I gotta say, for a super cheap budget, the Lenovo Ideapad 3 gives you a good keyboard. Like, look at this. It's got a nice backlight to the whole keyboard. It's the exact same layout as the Lenovo Legion 7i, and it feels good to type on overall. It's got more flex though. It's got a good amount of flex to it. All right, so here we are. We're in Timespy now. Let's go ahead and see what we get for our Timespy result on this laptop. Notice that we're pulling 85 watts of power to the 3050 Ti in this machine, which is a good amount of wattage for a 3050 Ti. It's on the higher side. All right, a 3050 Ti can be spec'd, I believe, like down to like 35 or 45 watts. So having 85 watts in it is basically double the base. Oh yeah, there's no FPS overlay right now. I don't know why, but that's okay. We're mainly looking at our temps, and we want to really see the final score. But I should double check the overlay to make sure FPS is supposed to be shown. The FPS numbers must not be checked in Afterburner. Can you suggest me a laptop for under one? I believe you mean 1,000 for gaming. Yeah, if you want the best laptop right now for under 1,000, I think is the MSI Delta 15. It's $899. It has a full HD 240 hertz display with a Radeon GPU. It's still pretty portable and very powerful. It's got a good CPU too. So the display is going to be also much better than your typical display at that price point for $899. That would be, I think that'd be the way to go if you want to get a laptop under 1,000 right now. If you want to spend a little more than 1,000, then there'll be some RTX 4050 options or 4060 options that you could consider. Afterburner's glitchy and 3D Mark, especially Firestrike, Reba Tuner's buggy. Yeah, well, we haven't had problems with the frame rate showing up. I just probably don't have it checked. Looking at our system RAM, we're only using 5 gigs of our system RAM right now. That's good. Our CPU is reaching 84 degrees. We don't have the laptop raised up right now. Let me go ahead and raise it up. All right, so now we're raised up on the back. And I gotta say the fan noise right now with this Lenovo Ideapad is not that loud. It's not that loud. It's a very moderate fan noise, which is to be expected at these power levels, right? We wouldn't expect super high fan noise at only 85 watts. All right. Let's try to get our ballpark number for Timespy on this laptop. It hurts to see this 3050 laptop pull more wattage than my GP66. For some reason, it maxes out 55 watts. Yeah, that's a problem. You should be able to fix that GP66 to be a lot higher wattage. DirectX 12 doesn't work with Steam OS. That's probably why Timespy doesn't want to work. I don't know. It was more. This is interesting. We're getting a black window. We might have to rerun this. I got a notification that it wanted me to restart the laptop. So let's go ahead and get the laptop restarted. We'll come back to Timespy here in a moment. Interesting. I was going to say we should probably try out the Steam Deck. What game should we try first, chat? NVIDIA driver version. I don't think this has the latest drivers from NVIDIA on it. And I'm not too worried about it being perfect drivers. Because the 3050 Ti is a really old GPU. And the drivers, even an older version of the drivers, should not have any problems or bugginess. So that's why I'm not that worried about it. I don't know why we... the bigger issue is I don't know why we crashed there, or like the 3D Mark didn't give us the result, which was weird. So let's go ahead and have 3D Mark run again, and let's open Afterburner up and check our FPS graph. Make sure we got our FPS coming in. Harry Potter Hogwarts. Wolfagel says Witcher 3 first. All right, I'll do Witcher 3 because he was the first one to mention it. .3D Mark, you notice, has been buggy lately. Interesting. I don't know why. So let's go in here and check our, just make sure that we have frame rates checked. Yeah, we don't have, so we have frame rate average, 1% low, but frame rate itself was unchecked. Interesting. So let's check that. That should be better now. So let's see if we can get Timespy to run properly now. SpongeBob Cosmic Shake. Is that actually a game? Brett, you're Clevo died today? Oh, that sucks. What happened to it? Dang. That's always a bummer when that happens. Man. Chicken Fried Corgi says G14 2022 is often around 1K on sale. It has good performance screen size, especially for around 1K. The issue with the G14 is just the display does have some ghosting. That'd be the main downside. Okay, looks like we're getting some actual numbers to go through now on our Timespy. So this is good. Got our FPS numbers now. So Britt says won't post. Oh, so okay, gotcha. It won't go past boot. Like is the motherboard fried or something? Dang. That does suck. Yep. We'll have a moment of silence for Britt Allen's Clevo. It was the highest end RTX 3080 Clevo that you could buy. Okay. Well, now you have a good excuse to get a new laptop, right? Blessing in disguise, if you could, at least if you could afford it. It just sucks that it's such an expensive laptop and you would have been able to resell it. Did you have a warranty on it? Hopefully it's still in warranty. Frost says, nice excuse to buy a GT77 Titan now. LOL. Yeah. Yeah, well, just real quickly, let me mortgage my house for a second mortgage and buy myself the GT77, all right? Especially depending on what region you're in. Will you run the games on 720p or 1080p to make it fair versus the Steam Deck? Yeah, so we're going to do testing on the same resolution. It's actually 1280 by 800, which is the resolution of the Steam Deck. We're going to be doing that resolution, and then at least maybe for a couple of the games, if I can, I want to try doing the projector, okay? We're going to use the projector to play some games using the Steam Deck on USB-C to HDMI. Let me see if I got that connector. So I've got a bag of connectors here. I know that I have a USB-C to DisplayPort 1.4, so we should be able to put it out to at least that display at a minimum. I have so many different connectors in here, it's hard to keep track of them all. Well, we'll have to just do my monitor behind me here. So I've got this connector, which is a USB-C to DisplayPort full size, which is going to let me plug into that display with the Steam Deck. Hopefully we don't run into any incompatibility issues. Wow, we got 6,144. CPU score 5,402. That is pretty dang good, in my opinion. Let's go take a look at the webcam. So this laptop does have a webcam. And what? This webcam is better than the Scar 16 webcam? That leaves me speechless. This webcam is actually not terrible for a... that is not terrible at all. Especially for a $549 laptop. That is actually pretty good. That is like maybe the third or fourth best webcam I've seen on a laptop this year. It's not as good as the Razer, it's not as good as the MSI, but it beats the Scar laptops. And I'd say it's still better clarity than even the Zephyrus G16. Better than the G5. Better than the Katana 15. This is a pretty good webcam for a little cheapy. I love it. Let's test the speakers out on this guy. So let's go to just change camera real quick. It's kind of insane actually that it's able to have that good of a webcam. There's no Windows Hello, and it looks like, oh, look at this. There is a privacy shutter. So it has a privacy shutter on the webcam. That's cool. That is a nice feature for such a cheap laptop to have. Okay, so we're going to start with Roar by Peter Spacey. I do not expect the speakers to be very good on this. Maybe the Steam Deck speakers are even better. We'll see. Okay, so we're going to hold the mic as usual, about 10 inches in front of the laptop. Beautiful. And here is Roar by Peter Spacey. Hold on, we got to raise the Artlist volume here all the way to the max. There we go. All right. So you guys, you could see my face there, but anyway, the speakers there were, yeah, we'll keep going. I'll give you a summary after all three songs. So Half-Life by Faded Aeon. Wow, that sounded better than I thought it was gonna. The mids and highs sound pretty good. Okay, so very little bass, but the mids and highs are surprisingly clear for such a cheap laptop. All right. Very impressive mids and highs. And the overall volume's not that loud as well. I'd probably give it like a 65 rating on my overall rating scale. Like it needs to be louder. The bass needs to be better. For a budget laptop though, a 65 is actually pretty good. Like I've had a lot of budget laptops under 600, 700 that I've reviewed. Even this is going to be better than even like the Gigabyte G5 on the speaker side of things. So a lot of value being presented right now to me with this laptop. I like it. Let's see here. We are going to need to install our Spyder 5 software to do our screen test. I don't think it's installed on here. Because the display, I don't think I did a display test on this last time. And I really want to curious what the resolution or what the nits brightness is, contrast and color gamut is. Because it's 120 hertz full HD. usually displays are not that good at that price point, right? They're usually terrible with terrible ghosting. But it's better than 60 hertz, I suppose. How often do you get your go to your barber? Your hairstyle never changes. So I do go like once every 2 weeks probably on average. And I did actually change the hairstyle a little bit. I'm so sad that you didn't notice. So the side right here, I did a fade this time. All right, I did a fade. All right, and then before it was like short, like it was like super short all the way to the top, and now it's like a fade. I don't know, and it's a little longer than it was, but it's okay. You don't have to notice. But yeah, I've liked this hairstyle because it's easy to maintain and to keep going. So. Oh, right. I do have another thing. I have another method at which we could test to see. I just kind of want to get an idea of if this is going to work at all. So, I just plugged in the Steam Deck into the monitor here. Let's see here. It's showing a number up there. I don't think it's we've got a number in the top left corner, but it's not actually giving us anything. So that's not a good sign. Interesting. Okay, it looks like our display test is ready. So this DisplayPort adapter may not work for this laptop. We'll see. I've got a USB-C with an HDMI on the outside of it, so maybe we'll try that instead. Let's get our Spyder 5 test done on this laptop though. All right, let me go ahead and get the thing plugged in, and gotta go to the right section. There it is. Up. Use the number pad here. I feel like I should have memorized this by now, given how many times I've had to type it in. Beautiful. All right, so we've got our display test software set up now. Let's go ahead and go to display analysis. Let's see what we get. Let me make sure the brightness is all the way up. Yep, brightness is at max. We're flush. Don't diss the hair. This man is stylish. Looks good. Sorry, man. I'm new subscriber. Definitely looks good. Dude, you're fine. I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding. Jonathan says, all gaming laptops need better speakers and webcams. It's kind of sad some $4,000 laptops have mediocre speakers and potato cams. Yeah, I would say that's true for every laptop except maybe the Blade 18. The speakers and webcam are awesome on that laptop. So, but almost all of the other ones this year are pretty mediocre at best. Wow, it gets so dark I can barely see it. So if you're going to use this thing at in bed, it's going to be a super dim display. Is it possible that a display has more color accuracy and lower brightness? Yeah, sometimes. But most displays are designed to be viewed at 100% brightness for the best color accuracy, but it really depends. Roar, isn't that Katy Perry? What? Are you hating on the music, man? That's royalty-free music. You can't hate on royalty-free music. That's that's where the jams are, right? Royalty-free music, man. All right, so at 100% brightness, the display definitely doesn't look terrible, but I don't know clue what the brightness is on this display. Let's find out. Okay, yeah, wow, it's not that colorful of a display as we were expecting. It's a cheap display, right? This thing's $549 laptop. It's kind of, yeah, it's not going to be that colorful. All right, here we go. Here's our display results. Okay, there we go, and focus. Sweet. So we got 59% of sRGB, 44% of Adobe, 44% of the P3 color gamut. Again, my tool underestimates, right? So keep that in mind. For brightness, we got 7 nits brightness at the low end. That's very dim. At the high end, 252, which is not bad for a $549 laptop. 1010:1 contrast ratio. That's also a pretty good contrast ratio for a laptop like this. So indoor gaming, 250 nits is going to do pretty good. It's not going to be amazing, but and the color ratio. I mean, for a cheap laptop, 120 hertz. This is still pretty good display for the money at $549. At $899 price point, it's kind of a meh display for $899. If you were to pay full price, I wouldn't recommend paying full price for this laptop. Absolutely not. If you're going to buy this laptop, only buy it when it's on sale. I would not pay more than probably $700 for this, because that's kind of like the price to value ratio, where this thing starts carrying some weight against the new RTX 4050 at $1,000. So that's kind of like at least my thoughts right now on the value it's presenting, giving the Timespy. That said, right now, you can get this thing open box for $640 on Best Buy website. Link in the description. You're not guaranteed to be able to buy it at that if your local Best Buy doesn't have it and they can't ship it to you. But either way, not bad all-around machine. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at the keyboard once again. I want to show you the whole layout of it and give you some typing examples as well. So the backlight on it is a very good backlight. So if I just point the cameras away, you can see the backlight on it being very bright, vibrant. It's only one color. It's only white. There's no coloration to it that I know of. So you got to keep that in mind. The layout, though, is excellent, right? You can turn the keyboard backlight off with FN plus spacebar. You got volume hotkeys. You got your full F1 through 12s. All the spacing on these keys is good. The number pad is good spacing. Full-size arrow keys, home and page up, page down. This keyboard has it all, in my opinion. It's a really great all-around keyboard. And the only downside to this keyboard is the keyboard flex, because it does have some decent flex. It's much more flexy than what the Legion 7 or maybe even the Legion 5 would be, because it's on all plastic chassis, right? So that's kind of like the big reason why it's going to be more flexy. So if I do a flex test real quick, let's go ahead and do that. Turn my lights back on. Going around the laptop chassis here. So flex, moderate flex. Corners are usually so solid, but on here we even have some flex. Some flex. A lot of flex in the middle. Going through the touchpad area, just a little bit of flex, a bit of flex. Corner, not as flexy, just a tiny bit of flex. Over here, definitely have some flex. Not too bad for a corner side, but some flex over here too, which is a little bit rare. No flex here, no flex, no flex. I'm guessing that's where the rests are probably for the key, for the under part of the laptop. Some flex in the middle. No flex here. Not much flex here, just a little bit. Decent amount of flex right there. And going through the middle, we get a lot of flex around the keyboard area, right? So cheap laptop as far as like rigidity goes, but it's not like it's going to fall apart on you instantly or something. This should, in theory, hold together really well. And I just love the layout. And this thing should be an excellent typing experience overall. It's got a decent key travel and good key feel and a great backlight. So for the money, I like the keyboard. The trackpad, let's talk trackpad for a minute. So the trackpad here is, again, going to be a money saver trackpad, plastic trackpad. Plastic trackpad, the problem with those is that when your fingers get wet or if you're even a little oily, it gets a little more sticky and doesn't glide as smooth as a glass trackpad, in my opinion. That's the biggest problem with them. That said, this thing seems to click just fine, and the functionality is here. The functionality is here, and the size is pretty good. The placement is good. And this will work just fine as a trackpad. It's not like it's going to be a terrible experience, but it's just not going to be as premium experience as a glass trackpad would be. But I would never expect a glass trackpad at this price point. It is basically never going to happen unless you're buying like a used laptop that's a couple years old maybe or something. So that's their only option to get a better trackpad at this price point. Our power button right here is in the middle, and it seems to be only white light. It doesn't have the fancier multicolor RGB that when you change the performance mode in Lenovo Vantage changes colors. Yeah, it does not change colors with the right there. So that's something to keep in mind. It's a minor detail. Overall, the inputs here are pretty good. The ports are pretty mediocre. You do have that USB-C though. That's nice. 2 USB-As on the right. It'll work for most things just fine, but you might have to get a USB-C dock if you need to plug in more things. All right, that's basically my port summary. All right, cool. Let's get in some gameplay testing. I have a Steam Deck and never use it. Ergonomically, it's not ideal. Much prefer playing on my laptop. I'm going to sell it. That's true, masses. Not everyone likes gaming on a controller, right? I much prefer gaming on keyboard and mouse. But that's other people that prefer controllers big time compared to gaming on a keyboard and mouse. So that your mileage is going to vary a lot. And you can even use your Steam Deck to play the games from your laptop, though. That's the thing. So if you wanted to just play on your couch or something, you could stream from your laptop to the Steam Deck with those high levels of graphics. Anyway, but that's not really the focus of today. Mainly, we're trying to see what the actual onboard processor and RAM are capable of, right? That's kind of the goal for today. So let's slide this Lenovo Ideapad back a little bit, and let's focus on the Steam Deck again. So I'm going to be putting it right in front of the camera here. Try to get it in focus. I got to try to keep it in the same spot every time throughout while we're playing. It's going to be very difficult to do. All right, so I press the library button. We're going to go into library. We're going to go ahead and let's do Cyberpunk 2077 to start with. This is a nice game to start with because it has a benchmark utility in both. All right, so we're going to go ahead and close that. And let me get this hard drive plugged back in. All right, so here we are. Let's go ahead and we can use the. Oh, we can use the. Interesting. So we can use the joysticks to control. I should probably zoom out just a little more so you can see the joysticks being utilized right now. And then we press A to play, A to select. Why was the Witcher 3 up? Why did the Witcher 3 launcher pop up? That doesn't make any sense. So you can hear the audio. You can hear the audio from the Steam Deck right there. It's pretty loud. Okay, so we're gonna press our menu button to continue. Let's go in here and let's get our performance overlay running. It's a bit intrusive. Let's try this one. That's pretty good. All right, so let's go to load game. Go to rescue, which is the section I usually play through.
Hey everyone, feels great to have you back. So then, did you all hear about
I'm gonna turn the volume down a little bit. We can do an audio test a little bit later. All right, and I gotta show you what is our settings right now. No. Zoom in a little bit more. I gotta, hold on. I gotta turn those lights off in the back so that it's less glary on the screen, yeah? All right, so we are in window borderless right now. Let's see if we can change that to full screen. Our resolution is 1280 by 800. And let's go to graphics. So we don't have frame generation or DLSS support on this laptop, which makes sense, right? And we do have dynamic resolution scaling with AMD FX Super Resolution. We have that turned off right now. For our preset, we're just going to set everything to low, okay? But we want to turn off. We want to turn off the Super Resolution. So literally everything is set to low right now. All right. Let's go ahead and run the benchmark. All right, so looking at our FPS right now, it's showing 45. That's pretty playable from a casual gaming perspective. $40 FPS now that we're entering an area where there's more NPCs. Though, did you notice how much fewer NPCs there are? There's very few NPCs running around. I believe that's part of the low settings. It turns off the number of NPCs. Okay, so we ended up with 39 FPS with 19 FPS for our min. not terrible. Let's go ahead and try hopping into some gameplay. I'm gonna turn the speakers up again. Daniel says you can lower the resolution to something smaller and use system-wide FSR for better performance. Interesting. I don't think we're gonna do that today, but that's not a bad option to consider for someone who's trying to optimize, you know? So, we're gonna look for this save.
Hey everyone, feels great to have you back.
This thing does feel really good in the hand.
Called Kujira or the Whale.
Okay, so getting 42 FPS right now. Let's go ahead and kill and hide the body. I don't usually play on controller, so this is gonna be a little interesting.
On your toes. More bodies incoming. They're almost on you.
I'm definitely playing the game pretty well, but it's not like it's super smooth. We're almost gonna die. Oh, that's grenade! Oh my goodness, I'm almost dead. You know, since the display is so small, it's kind of hard to see the details on where you need to aim. Aiming down a sight like iron sights. I died. I died there. Let's go into another section of the game. So we're getting 35 FPS. It seems pretty smooth. You know, for a handheld experience, it seems pretty decent. So right now we're utilizing 24 watts of battery. We're at 79%. You know, from a gaming perspective, the speakers are pretty good for something being held to your face, right? If you're holding it only a few feet away, it feels pretty dang good, I think. So 30 FPS now in this section, and we're all on low settings, right? So let's pop into settings again, and let's try using FSR to boost our FPS. We're gonna do quality to start with. All right, that reduces our resolution and upscales. Quality FSR is not too bad. It's definitely noticeable, kind of blurring of the details. Whereas DLSS on quality, it's harder to notice the visual difference. So FSR is not quite as good in my opinion, but it's not terrible, right? Especially compared to other handheld devices like the Switch. These graphics are very impressive compared to a Switch. I just shot that lady. Oh, we got people. All right, well that was pretty impressive. I do think the experience is a bit better now that we've turned FSR on to quality. Visually speaking, it doesn't look too big a difference, but the extra 10 FPS or so we got from FSR definitely boosted the performance into a more respectable player frame rate, in my opinion. You can lower the resolution. So is the Helios? Is the Helios 300 at QHD with an RTX 3060 at 1200 a good deal? I don't think at 1200 a 3060 is a very good deal these days. The display sounds nice though. All right. So let's go ahead and pause this. I really love this part of the Steam Deck. If I just press stop, this thing goes into sleep mode, okay? It goes into a sleep mode, low power mode, allowing you to quickly and easily repower it back on, and you can resume wherever you were at in the game instantly. I love that. Gaming laptops don't have that feature pretty much. The sleep mode is not as nearly as efficient for like portability. That's another advantage to the Steam Deck right there. All right, so we've got Cyberpunk installed over here on the Lenovo Ideapad. Let's try Cyberpunk now with the 3050 Ti. Is the streaming latency noticeable? Masses wants to know. If you have good Wi-Fi and you're just doing casual single-player games, you probably won't notice the latency too much. But if you're doing like fast Twitch shooting type of games, the latency is going to be more and more noticeable. Definitely something to keep in mind. All right, so now we're going to do Cyberpunk on the Lenovo Ideapad. We're going to try the exact same resolution and settings, all right? Well, we'll do the same resolution and settings, and then we'll also try to optimize a little bit, given our NVIDIA GPU in this. You know, you're paying more money to get an NVIDIA GPU. You probably would want to take advantage of DLSS, right? Because I think that is a superior product to AMD FSR. All right, so our resolution... Well, we can't match the resolution exactly, it looks like. Maybe if I can change the resolution on the monitor to the correct resolution, we'll see. No, so we will not be able to match the resolution exactly, but we'll be able to go within 80 pixels of it at 1280 by 720. So that's what we're going to do. It's just slightly different resolution, okay? So it's important to recognize that, though our performance is going to be so different anyway. All right, so we're going to start off on low settings with no FSR. All right. Let's go ahead and run the benchmark and see what we get. It's going to run better on the laptop. It's more powerful. Yes, of course it is, Anthony. But that's part of the test. We're trying to figure out how much more powerful it is, right? That's the big part of what we're trying to do here. And we're going to also try running it at 1080p on the laptop, kind of optimize it for what kind of resolution and frame rate can you get if you run it full res on the laptop at full HD, and what type of comparable performance do you get versus the Steam Deck, right? So interesting. Why are we only getting 45? I feel like we should be getting more FPS than this, right? $50. Interesting. Are we still in performance mode? We're going to double check our settings, make sure our settings are correct. But, okay, now we're getting way higher FPS. 80. But our averages were very low at the beginning. They weren't much higher than the Steam Deck there at the beginning, which is very interesting to me. Still, these averages seem low to me. I want to make sure that we're in the right Lenovo power profile setting. We did get a little bit of stuttering there. I am noticing, I think, more NPCs. I think. Interesting. Well, let's see what we got for our FPS. Our Steam Deck got, what was it, 38? Let me double check the Steam Deck. I am very curious to see. So, Steam Deck. Checking on history here. 39 FPS on the Steam Deck. All right. 52 on this. I think something's going on though, because I feel like we should be getting higher FPS than that at this resolution. So let me Alt Tab and double check that we're in the right settings and everything in Lenovo Vantage. We are in performance mode. That is correct. As far as I can tell, everything is correct. Let's just make sure that we're in best performance. We should be. Let's go in best performance mode. And, you know, I was expecting more FPS than that. But, yeah. Anyway, let's go ahead. I'm going to do it one more time to verify. So, right now we have texture quality set to high. I'm not sure what we had on the Steam Deck. Let's verify our settings back and forth between the Steam Deck and here. I gotta say, it's very interesting to me. Let me go ahead and change the focus here. So Steam Deck right now. Let's do that. Yep, and then we're on all low settings. Though some of these are set to medium. This is the low preset, which is what we are expecting everything to be. We want that to be off though. Right. Okay. So let's run this benchmark one more time. All right. And we'll run the benchmark on the Lenovo or on the on this laptop as well at the same time. So we're on low, everything's set to low, AFX super resolution, we're turning that off. Run the benchmark. So here we are on the Steam Deck. We're starting out at 46 FPS right here, 44 FPS. And I'm going to switch to the Lenovo here in a moment. When we get through the same scene, or we'll get to about the same area. All right, so there's the Lenovo doing 50, 45. Such a similar FPS range, which is so interesting to me. Isn't that incredibly interesting? And the Lenovo is actually on a little bit less, a little bit lower resolution at 720p. Huh. Very interesting. But now that we're out in the outdoors, look at the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck doesn't like the outdoors. We're only doing 40, 39, 35, looking at these palm trees, 44, 47, 50 now that we're looking up at the sky. Peaking at 55. Looking at the Lenovo again, now we're doing 55, 60 now that we're out into the outdoors, which is definitely higher than the Steam Deck. Now we're doing 25, 27. I think these NPCs definitely impact performance. 30s, 45, 50, 60. It's amazing how similar the performance are between these two. Wow. Okay. That said, our Steam Deck performance was 48 FPS. 48 FPS. And our 3050 Ti was 55. So definitely a lot better. But we're not taking advantage of DLSS, right? That's the thing. Let's try FSR on both. Let's try FSR enabled on the Steam Deck, because that's the best we got on Steam Deck. And then we're going to do the same setting on the laptop, but we're going to use DLSS instead because that is the comparable setting for the laptop. All right. So we have DLSS on quality. And also notice that we did load faster on the laptop. It took longer to load back into the menu. All right, so our Steam Deck settings are going to be FSR set to quality. Our laptop settings are going to be DLSS set to quality because it's an NVIDIA GPU, so we can take advantage of that. Now, this is inherently unfair, but it's also built into the system, and the performance you can expect from the system is going to be the same, or it's going to be like the scaling. Like, just because it's not a fair test doesn't mean that it's inherently a bad test, I guess. I just think it's a fair test in the sense that you're going to get what you pay for largely. And a bigger laptop's going to have DLSS. So here we are, kind of side by side right now. See if I can get these to be mostly in focus at the same time. I don't know if we'll be able to. Can you guys see that both? So, very interesting results with FSR enabled. Now we're hitting 59 FPS, 52, 51, 53, 56, 53 up here. Oh, it's interesting how close these two are, even with DLSS enabled. Now, let's do another Lenovo test where we bump everything up to full HD, okay? And we'll see what we get when we bump everything to full HD. Gigabyte G5 with 3060 used, Ryzen $600. That's a pretty good price. All right, so our end result was 47 FPS on the Steam Deck and 56 FPS on the laptop. So that's a smaller difference than I thought it would be. I'm gonna be honest, I thought that the laptop would do probably 70, 80, 100 FPS with these settings. Let's try bumping the resolution up to 1080p and redoing this test and see what we get at 1080p. I wonder if we're CPU bound in this scenario, and I wonder if we're going to get similar levels of performance, or if it'll be massively CPU bound, or we'll be massively GPU bound. I don't know. We'll see. All right. So our graphics settings are set to low, but DLSS is on quality. Let's try this. Now we're doing 1080p. Massa says, didn't pay attention. Are the settings the same? They were the same for one test, and then one test we used FSR on the Steam Deck, and one test we used DLSS on the laptop. Right now, we're using DLSS. We're at 1080p. Everything's set to low. Our FPS looks so similar to what we had before, which means that we were basically CPU bound in that title, and the Steam Deck, remarkably, was able to keep up for the most part because of we were being CPU bound. Now that we're being more GPU focused at 1080p. Our frame rates are still almost the same, and yet our resolution is so much greater now. So that shows you that the laptop can scale up to 1080p and maintain performance, where the Steam Deck is going to struggle, I think, big time jumping up to 1080p resolution. Our FPS, notice we're only hitting 25 there around the crowds. That's pretty bad. going around the crowds there, you're probably going to have some not so playable FPS. So we got 49 now, which is a bit less than we had at the lower resolution, but still, considering that going from 720p to 1080p is, I think, more than a double resolution increase. We barely saw a drop in FPS considering how much massively increased the resolution was there. Let's go ahead and hop into a new game now. Let's see here. So we're going to need to log back in. I'd like to be able to do offline mode if I can on the Steam. Let's see if we can get offline mode to work on the Steam Deck. I don't know that we will. Because this is simulates, right? This simulates as if enter offline mode. All right. So if we were to enter offline mode, can we still play all of our games? That is such an important aspect of this laptop, of this. I gotta go. We gotta exit this game. There we go. All right. Now, so go to settings, go to internet, we go to offline mode. You know, we want to be able to do offline gaming with this thing. If you're getting on an airplane, you're not going to have internet. You're going to need that. So let's see if we're able to utilize our games properly in offline mode. Let me see what other games we have installed. Let me switch camera real quick while I log in. And, all right, so we have Witcher 3, Hogwarts, God of War, Elden Ring, Cyberpunk. Let's do Witcher 3. I know we had a request for Witcher 3. Oh, we got to do an update. Look at that. We've got to do an update. So we got to go into settings, got to go to internet, we got to go online. And we got to update this. It's a 2.4 gig update. How annoying is that you can't run the previous version of the game? Let's see here. God of War. Can we install and run God of War? Let's find out. We should already have it downloaded on this laptop, on the external SSD. But I don't know if it's going to detect it or not. Oh, Witcher 3 wants to download a huge amount of data to be able to run the Witcher 3, which is not going to work for us, all right? So we're going to have to skip our Witcher 3. Apparently it didn't update all the way. Let's see if we can do God of War. Jonathan says 1440p is double the resolution of 720p, not 1080p. That's not true, Jonathan, because resolutions go up exponentially, and because you have to multiply the horizontal versus the vertical resolutions. So if you were to multiply, for example, 720p resolution, you would go 1280 by 720, and it's 921,000 pixels. If you were to go to 1080p, you would go 1920 by 1080, and that gives you 2,073,000 pixels. So 1080p is more than double the resolution of 720p. And QHD is a massive increase from 720p. So, yeah. All right. So, sweet. All right. So we are in God of War. Right now, let's try with no FSR. We'll set our graphics. We're in all low. So right now we're at native resolution as low as we can get. All right. This is going to be really interesting. Absolute. I called Asus service. They claimed that nobody was reporting issues with HDR or coil whine in the Scar 16. Isn't that ridiculous? So Absolute, just so you know, I talked to Asus about, and I sent them the issue with the coil whine and the HDR. The HDR issue, they said, should be fixed if you download the NVIDIA driver from Asus's support page. They said they made changes to the NVIDIA driver in that version. I have not been able to test it yet, though. All right, so here we are. We're in God of War, native resolution, low settings, doing 43 FPS. Dang, this is pretty good. Look at us running around 45 FPS. I'm curious about actual like hardcore combat gameplay. Hey, we were able to grab a relic, grab some XP there. That's pretty cool. This is surprisingly playable for no FSR on low settings. It's got a little bit of stutter to it. Our 1% lows are, I think, less than optimal, but it's surprisingly good. Over here by the fire, our FPS did drop. Now we're only doing 36. That's also not optimal. But just running and following the kid now. We're doing 41, 40, 39. This is definitely going to be playable at the full resolution. Interesting. All right. So we're averaging about 35 to 40, 33 now when we're facing the other way. So between 30 and 40, 33 to 40 is our range that we're hitting right now in God of War. I would be concerned going this low on the FPS, that certain areas of the game might be a little bit more demanding and drop our FPS numbers even lower. So I prefer to definitely have more wiggle room there. So if we go to our FSR, let's try turning FSR on. We're on quality FSR right now. Let's see if we can get to 60 FPS. Notice that our image now is a little bit hazier, but our jagged lines disappeared with FSR, so that's nice. I don't know. I would probably be willing to play games with FSR on quality. Our FPS didn't really go up much, though. If you guys haven't noticed, we're doing... Oh, now we're doing 45. I guess with the fire there, the fire was the very demanding part. 44, 43, 46 now. So we're in the 40s. That's a lot better and definitely more smooth. I wish we could get to 60 FPS, though. Like 60 FPS is definitely the ideal range for a game like God of War. Even like 90 FPS is what I would prefer to play God of War on. But you could play it. We're getting up to 50s. Well, looking over here in the corner, that's better, but that's still not ideal. Let's go to our options. What if we set FSR? I don't know. We're already on the lowest possible settings. So let's try going to just ultra performance, I guess, on our FSR. And now, oh my goodness, it is so much detail lost. It is definitely super loss of detail right now. And our FPS didn't really go up that much. Like 5 to 10 FPS increase only. I mean, you could play the game like this, but it feels a little bit like you're playing on, like, I don't know, an old PlayStation Vita or something. I don't know. It's really low FPS. And the FPS gains just don't feel like it's worth it, you know? Definitely doesn't feel like it's worth turning FSR to that level. I feel like if you're going to go with FSR, you probably want to just do it on quality, probably. So that actually looks like a pretty good gaming image. We're at 37 now, 40. I'm pretty careful. Let's go ahead and we'll go a little further into the game because Lenovo is detecting all of the the files right now for God of War. Lost and Found. We found another little trophy thing. Let me turn the sound up so we can hear some sound from the game. Oh yeah, this has got some. I know I lost control of the game when I did the volume settings. Nothing is working anymore. I guess I'll try pressing the Steam button. I will press the Steam button again. Okay, now we're back in. .47 FPS. Press B to jump gaps.
This way, boy.
Hey, that kid's got some ups.
Wait, deer tracks. They're fresh. This way.
Let's turn off FSR. I'm just noticing a lot of image degradation turning off FSR. So
Slow down, boy.
Sorry.
You are
35 FPS right now.
chasing it.
Yes, Father.
I mean, this is playable for the most part, but it's a far from ideal gaming experience.
You broke our bridge. How are we gonna get across?
Step aside.
Wow.
Go.
Oh, what happened here? There it is.
This game is so much better without FSR being played.
What are you doing? Now his guard is up. Only fire
He's so mad.
when I tell you to fire.
I'm sorry.
Do not be sorry. Be better. Find it. Find it.
He doesn't give him back the bow. The boy is so mad. It's such good storytelling in this game. It's kind of unbelievable. I mean, and the graphics in this game look so good, given the context.
No, you are not ready. Stay back.
Yeah, this is definitely a playable experience. I'm curious if you're going to get consistently this high of FPS in all the different areas of the game, though. All right, that's very impressive.
They've never come this close to our woods before.
It's unfortunate that we can't get our full FPS averages. So right now, the Lenovo is currently discovering the files for God of War. I'd like to hop into that, but let's move on to the next game inside of the Steam Deck. Let's exit the game. I actually don't want it to save if I can. Let's do... We can't do The Witcher 3. Hopefully Apex Legends is installed. Let's try Apex. Oh, what? I thought... Oh my gosh, guys. I'm so sorry. You guys are so patient. It's unbelievable you guys are so patient. All right, we got to load back into the game now. I'm sorry. I got so distracted. We got to load back into God of War. Because you guys couldn't see it, could you? We want to exit Apex Legends. I thought for sure I was looking at this camera screen to make sure it was in focus. How much of God of War did you see? We see you, not the Steam Deck. Oh my gosh. Thank you guys for being so patient. You guys are so wonderful. So we're gonna have to go back and redo this test. You guys could hear it, but you couldn't see it. I can't believe so many of you stuck around. LOL. All right, so going into our display settings, I have to show you guys everything from the beginning here. Right now, we're at native resolution with no AMD FSR. Render scale set to 100%. We're at native resolution, though. That's the key. All right, our graphics are all set to all low. Literally, I believe it's as low as they can possibly get, all right? So, we want to go... I'm not sure if this is the right save to load, but we're going to try this save. All right, so here we are in the opening area where we're always testing the game. You can see running around here, we are getting some pretty dang good FPS. But certain areas like looking at the fire causes our FPS to dip into the mid 30s. So let's go ahead and do a run from this side to our standard test up to the area over here. Averaging about 40 FPS right now, a little up, a little down from that, which is very good. That's going to be very playable overall.
I'll keep looking.
Now, if we try to do the same test, and we go to our graphic settings or our display settings here, and we turn AMD FSR on to quality, we get just a slight haze over everything, right? It's a slight haziness to the textures, to everything. It still looks pretty good, though. Like, it would be playable for me with FSR on quality settings. You can see our FPS now is in the 40s to 50s. Now, instead of dropping to 35 when we look at the fire, we're doing 39, 40. So that's about a 5 to 10 FPS gain overall running through here. We were doing 40, 39, 40 before. Now we're doing 46, 44. So I guess it's about a 5 FPS gain on average, turning AMD FSR to quality. Now, if we try to scale this even more, go to our settings, go to our display, and we were to set this to ultra performance, it's going to be very low quality now. You see how the drop in degradation in quality? That's not the fuzziness from the camera. That is fuzziness of the game. It is super low resolution trying to upscale, and it's just, you lose so much detail going to ultra performance. Looking at the fire now, we're in the mid 40s, 50s, 48, high 40s. It's 45 right now. So 43, 44. So we were 35 at native, 40 with FSR, and 43 with ultra performance settings, which is just not good. So if I were to use FSR, I would leave it on quality only. And native resolution looks very punchy and good, though, and with decent details for a low settings. And it's still above 35 FPS for the most part. So I would probably keep it at native resolution, everything low in this game, if I could. Notice that we have already hit 50% battery life on the Steam Deck. We haven't even done that many tests on it yet. Probably played games for what, maybe an hour? And we're at 50%. So realistically, your battery life on this is not likely to be too long, too high, right? So you're probably looking at like 2 hours of playing a game like God of War.
Now what?
this way, boy.
Hop. Oh. Wait, deer tracks. They're fresh. This way.
All right, so that gives you an idea of the performance you can get.
Found it.
And the audio experience is pretty good. So in the 35 to 40 FPS range, looks like God of War is finally ready on the Lenovo Ideapad. Let's hop into God of War on the Ideapad now. Anthony Lee says Steam Deck battery is not that good. Yeah, it's definitely going to be struggling. I want to go ahead and plug the Steam Deck in. It's going to struggle to do more than 2 hours of high FPS gameplay in the latest games. But if you were to play older games, you're going to get a lot more, especially if you optimize for battery. But right now, during our testing here, we're trying to optimize for maximum performance. But in the games where you can easily get 60 FPS with the Steam Deck, those are the games where you're going to basically see fantastic all-around performance. So you're going to see really good performance in those games that can get to 60 FPS. If you can get to 60 FPS and not maximize the hardware in the game, that's where you're going to get a lot better battery life. So like a really old game, let's say you're playing Counter-Strike 1.6. All right, I wouldn't probably play that game on there, but that's a very easy game to run. So the system doesn't have to work very hard. All right, so right now we're going to try our native resolution. 1080p, we're using DLSS on quality right now. We've got our graphics set to ultra. Let's try low. And then let's try hopping in to the game. Massa says that's pretty good considering how big it is and how much power the hardware is drawing. Yeah, it's very impressive performance given the size of the Steam Deck. And so if you're to like if you're looking for something to play games on, when you're on the road or like on an airplane or on a bus or something, the Steam Deck is actually going to be really good gameplay experience overall. So I'm going to run back to the starting area now. Oh, unless I just load the game. Let's go ahead and load the game here. Yeah, so we're going to try to test the same area running through. And we're going to lower the resolution down to match here in a moment. But you can see our FPS peaking much higher than what we were getting on the Steam Deck. The lowest so far we've seen is 48, which is not bad at all. All right, so let's go ahead and do a run through. Right now, 48 average. This is higher than the Steam Deck, and we're at 1080p right now, which is a much higher resolution, twice the resolution of the Steam Deck. So that's very good. 48 on average, 32. Very good performance. It's much smoother, much higher detail on everything too. 47 is our average. That's going to be 7 or 8 FPS higher than the Steam Deck. Let's drop our resolution down. I think we can be able to match the resolution exactly. I think. Interesting. I don't know if we will be able to. Moha just became a member. Welcome, Moha. Welcome to the Gizmo Slip Tech membership club. Be sure to hop over to the community tab and fill out the waiting list if you're interested in getting one of the laptops that I have that'll be reselling. But either way, thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. Okay, so we're trying to get this to go to the right resolution. And for God of War, I think we're going to have to change our native resolution down to 720p if we want to try to match as closely as we can. So let's go to our display. Right now we're at 720p. And Beautiful. All right. And our graphics settings, we're setting on low still. It's so interesting. We appear to be CPU bound. We appear to be CPU bound right now. Isn't that interesting? Because we're getting almost the same FPS. In the last test, we got 47, 33. Let's see if we can push higher than 47 on this. I think we will push a little bit higher, but not by much. All right, so 47 for 1080p. 720p, so this is slightly less resolution than what the Steam Deck is. Same settings, though. And on the Steam Deck, we were getting right around 40. Here we're getting 53. So that's like a 25% FPS gain in this area. That's a pretty big difference. And it's especially a big difference when it comes to making the game super playable and smooth. And then the fact that when we up it to full resolution, 1080p, it still is very good and very playable. So right now we're at 1080p with no DLSS. This is full native resolution. Let's see what we get with fully native resolution. But it's a pretty dramatic difference. I'm really impressed with how the Steam Deck is putting out good frame rates at only 25 total watts of power, though. That's the thing. All right, so running through, doing the same run through area. Now that we have DLSS disabled, wow, we're actually getting better FPS. We got 47 with DLSS on quality. DLSS disabled, it looks like we're going to get a little bit higher, 49. So DLSS may not even help you in this game get more frame rate because we are so CPU bound, it seems like. Like our GPU wattage is not hitting 85. So that's another example of us being CPU bound. Brasowicz, you can buy this laptop for $640 straight from Best Buy right now. And I did buy this laptop at $549. It really depends on where you buy it and what sale you buy it from. I've seen this laptop on sale for $549 more than once. So you got to wait for the right sale. Let's go on to the next game. Either way, this is giving us a pretty comparable performance difference because so far these games are predominantly CPU bound. So having the more powerful 3050 Ti in this isn't actually helping us much. Let's see if we can get Dead Space. I was not expecting to be so CPU bound. We should have Hogwarts ready to go. Let's do Hogwarts. I wish, so if I hit play here, do you guys see this? Running multiple games. Switch to God of War. Launch Hogwarts anyway. I wish there was an option to shut down God of War. There's no option to shut down God of War. So I want God of War to be exited. Like I wish it would automatically, like if you're in the Switch and you switch from one game to another game, it automatically exits your other game that you have open. So Sniper says the 3050 Ti should be able to do more than that. Use super resolution from NVIDIA control panel. Well, I'm pretty sure we're being CPU bound because we got very little difference in performance turning DLSS on or not. And we definitely had DLSS turned on and enabled. So I'm hoping we're going to run into some GPU bound games to hopefully give the 3050 Ti some wins. I was expecting way better performance on the 3050 Ti if I'm being honest. So here we are. And Hogwarts, let's go ahead and, well, I don't want to cancel. I don't want to do that. I want to go there. All right, let's take a look at our settings. All right. Make sure you guys can see this. Let me zoom in a little bit more. All right, so right now we have FSR enabled. We're 1280 by 800. We're at uncapped. Motion blur is off. We are plugged in. We have everything set to low with RTX disabled. So this is as low a settings as we could possibly get with AMD FSR on quality. All right. X-Sniper says, if you bump up the resolution, you will take away the heavy lifting from the CPU. The thing is, we did bump up the resolution to 1080p. With everything on low, we were still CPU bound, or very, very much CPU limited. If we set everything to ultra settings, we would become GPU bound for sure. And that's where we would see a huge difference probably between the Steam Deck and the laptop, setting everything to ultra settings. So... Anthony says it's better than a laptop, but as handheld, I wish it had more like was more like a PSP. It's a very, very large handheld, much larger than you'd expect. Moa with the donation, 250 SAR. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Hello, Gizmo. Are you going to test the Razer Blade 18 with 13980HX? I'm probably not going to be testing it because the ones I ordered were not that. And it really doesn't make that big of a difference. The 13950HX is such a small difference between the 13980HX. All right, so notice how on low settings we have so many fewer NPCs and hogs. Let me make sure that we are set. And good to go here. Let me make sure we're framed correctly. Beautiful. All right, so here we are in Hogsmeade. We're doing 35, 40 FPS. I'm kind of blown away that it can even do this many FPS, to be honest with you. We're definitely getting some stutters, just like laptops have. Laptops have a lot of stutters too in this game. Down to 32 FPS on the lower side. We are plugged in right now. We're doing 28 watts, 23 watts, 32 watts. What happens if I unplug? Let's try unplugging. We are now unplugged. Our performance doesn't seem to have been affected too much. We seem to be getting the same FPS now that we're unplugged. That's a good sign. All right, let's go ahead and do a run through. See what kind of FPS range we're getting. We're in 35, 33, 39. So kind of averaging like the 37, 38 range so far. Doing 40, 35, 32. $35, $33. So we're doing like right around 36 to 39, 40 in that range during that typical benchmark run. Let's try to hop over to the map, go to the forest area and see how we do over in the forest. You know, this is playing pretty smooth right now. Just in general, I'm kind of impressed with it right now. I want to travel there. There we go. Sniper says it's quite normal. Low resolution is bigger lifting for the CPU. Yep, that's absolutely correct. Bigger resolutions means lower lifting for the CPU. Yeah, but you also still have to have even at 1080p, we were still becoming CPU bound because the GPU is powerful enough on low settings to keep us CPU bound, right? So we're getting 40 FPS right now. Again, we're on FSR on quality. Let's try switching to native resolution with no FSR enabled. This should be pretty interesting. Uttery now than it was. But still, it's still pretty dang impressive overall. Like, I wish this was a little bit clearer on the image quality. It's just hard to film. It's hard to film this on a handheld device while still being perfectly in focus all the time. But in general, this is definitely a playable experience, at least so far. We're doing really high wattages. Notice the really high wattage to the CPU and GPU. 40 FPS is quite good. Let's see here. So this honestly might be playing better than what we're going to see on the laptop because of the 16 gigs of unified RAM. Maybe better performance than what we're getting with the dual split RAM on the laptop. Here, let's see here. Here's a poacher. We can fight some people. I was looking to fight some people. I'm not sure what the keys are to be able to cast. What do I do to cast spells? I've never played this game on the Switch. Or sorry, on the Steam Deck. Okay, we killed one. Wow, low settings on this game definitely are quite a bit worse visually than the higher settings. Though this is certainly a playable experience in general. Which is so cool to see that we can at least play Hogwarts on the Steam Deck. You know? Especially considering that some of the laptops out there, that with only 8 gigs of RAM are pretty sucky when it comes to when it comes to 1% lows. And it feels like our 1% low stuttering really is not too bad. Like, I could probably live with this and at least still be able to play the game for the most part. Wouldn't be a great experience. Okay, yeah, I just died. Because it's kind of hard to react with the FPS being this low. But still, that is pretty dang impressive. Let's go ahead and try Hogwarts on the main PC here now, on the Lenovo. I really love the fact that when we're plugged in with the Steam Deck, we're getting the same performance as when we're unplugged. Bala says, it looks hella leggy. Is it playable anyway? So it's playable, but it's not like it's super smooth. You know, like the ideal frame rate definitely would be getting like your 1% lows really high. We don't know what our 1% lows are, but the 1% lows felt like probably like 20, 25. So just like a little bit of stutteriness from that. But for the most part, it was pretty reasonably playable. Like playing on a higher end gaming laptop is so much better though. Steam Deck is impressive. If only it had better battery life and a better screen. Yeah, I think the Steam Deck 2.0 is going to be like way, way, way better. All right, so we're gonna try to match the settings as close as we can on the Steam Deck to this. So everything's on low. Right now we're at 1080p, but DLSS on quality. We can try that first, and then we can try changing our resolution. 11.8 Galambo says, yes, Hogwarts is playable. Yeah, it's far from the ideal gaming experience, I think. That's the tricky part. Okay, so here it loaded our save really fast. Notice our FPS is much higher in this game. All right, it's much higher FPS. But the thing that I'm curious about is our stutter, you know, because we only have 8 gigs of VRAM. or sorry, we have only 8 gigs of DDR RAM, and that may not be enough for this game. Our potential performance is so much better, but our actual gameplay experience in this game is just not. It's so stuttery. I want to run away. I can't handle this guy. This guy is too strong. Yeah, so in Hogwarts here, this is playable-ish, but the problem is, look at our 1% lows. I just reset it. We're getting okay right now, but the moment I start running around, looking around to new areas, we're just not able to load all those things, all the textures, all the areas of the map into the game to make it a good experience. Turning on the speakers now. So this is the reason why you'd want to upgrade your RAM above the 8 gigs. You want to upgrade it to at least be 16. This game needs at least 16 if you want to approach a super smooth experience. And it's kind of sad. It's interesting that the Steam Deck does better frame rate wise than this. It makes sense only having 8 gigs of DDR4 memory though. So you could definitely play this game, but I'm not saying it's a great experience. If you upgrade the RAM, this experience should become massively better. Massively, massively better. That RAM should be forbidden. Add another 8 gig stick. Yeah, you should add another 8 gig stick if possible. Absolutely. I'm just testing these laptops as they're being sold though. And so it's very educational, I think, for people to see. Let's try lowering our resolution. We can try with no. We'll try native resolution, no DLSS. See if that's. I don't think that's going to give us anything better, but maybe. Who knows? Actually, our 1% lows seem to be just a little better without DLSS enabled. I guess not. No, it's still stuttering pretty bad. All right, let's hop into Hogsmeade and do our run down Hogsmeade Street. But in general, I would say the experience on the Steam Deck is actually a little better than this, given the RAM limitation. You upgrade the RAM, it should be way better on this. So that's interesting. Did the Steam Deck have FSR? I had FSR for part of it, and then I turned off FSR for part of it. So notice how much stuttering we're getting here because there's so much to load inside of Hogsmeade. It's a pretty stuttery mess, which is kind of interesting. I would say in general, the Steam Deck, even though it's FPS technically, where it's a little bit lower than what we're getting for our highs, because the Steam Deck's 1% lows were better, I would say the Steam Deck has a slightly better overall experience. I mean, I guess I would say it's noticeably better because of the better RAM distribution. Isn't that interesting? All right, so we got right about the same FPS in this section, 43 FPS. Now that we've stopped running around, our FPS did jump up quite a bit into the 50s. Still, I think that's such an interesting discovery, though. Like, and that's what my goal right now is, just to make interesting discoveries about this performance that we're getting. Let's try Dead Space on both the Steam Deck and the laptop. I guess let's not do Dead Space first. Let's do the Dead Space on the Steam Deck. And I'm going to try a little different camera technique to hopefully give you guys a better experience. I'm going to try holding the Steam Deck against the laptop here. That way I don't move it as much, hopefully. Let's go into Dead Space. Oh, is Dead Space not installed? I thought it was installed. I guess we'll do Dying Light 2 then. I don't think we had enough room to do Dead Space on here. That's why. I think this test so far has been very interesting and illuminating to me because I think that in some ways the Steam Deck is a better product than a gaming laptop for gaming because of the RAM limitation. Like, I don't think gaming laptops should ever really be sold. In the gaming laptops should never really be sold with only 8 gigs of RAM. They need to have 16 gigs, right? They really need it badly. All right, and so here we are. Let's go to our video settings. Everything is set to low quality preset. Let's go ahead and just change that. Make sure we're in low quality preset. FSR right now is set to balanced. Let's set that to quality. All right, let's go ahead and save those settings. And let's go ahead and benchmark. You know, even though we have the etched glass, we're still getting quite a bit of reflections off of this display. You can see me talking in the reflection. They need to have dual channel. Yeah, but it needs more than 8 too in some games. Like Hogwarts wants like 22 gigs. That's how much Hogwarts really wants. You know, so all right, so we're doing 52 FPS. The number to look at is up here. 48, 52, 48, 50. It's actually not bad at all. This is definitely going to be pretty playable in this game. Obviously not excellent. You know, there's a part of me that wishes I could just slap in the full 16 gigs of RAM. And that would probably help a lot. X Sniper, I know that dual channel memory increases performance. That's very true. You do want to get dual channel if possible. But you also really need 16. You need both. But at least if you have 16 single channel, won't stutter as much, you know? So GPU is getting pretty crispy. Yeah, we are getting in the 80s on that GPU up there. You see that? 82, 83. Our FPS doing 54. I gotta say, in general, it's been playing pretty good though in this game. Very smooth looking rendering. I really wish we could see our averages and our 1% lows though, like right here on the little overlay. All right, so the system itself registered 53 FPS on average. We were definitely getting around the high 40s to low 50s for most of it. And yeah, that's pretty dang good. Pretty dang good here on the Steam Deck. If we were to do it again with FSR disabled and doing native resolution, I'm sure our frame rate would be noticeably worse. I'm going to go ahead and try this on the Lenovo now, doing this benchmark. Let's go ahead and exit the game. You know, the load times have not been that bad. The load times have not been that bad on the Steam Deck. At least so far today, they've not been bad. It's pretty interesting. That screen looks very glossy. I can see a reflection on the black. Is that because of your lighting, or is it always that bad in normal use? There's definitely some glare on this screen on the Steam Deck, Jason. It's far from ideal. Definitely far from ideal. It's interesting. Our dying light window right now is just rendering in the top left corner. Okay, so we're matching the settings as much as we can. We'll do FSR on quality, which is what we had. We're doing low quality. This is the lowest quality setting. We're gonna do a quality on FSR. Oh, it has to restart because I think it had ray tracing enabled. It also mentions that our driver is out of date, which is true. Though the Dying Light 2 and this GPU, I think will be all right. The 3050 Ti has been around for a long time, so it shouldn't have drivers issues with the vast majority of games. All right, very low quality, 720p, FSR on quality. Let's go ahead and benchmark. I don't know why an option for FSR or DLSS at 720p. Yeah, they're upscaling from a pretty small resolution to a pretty small resolution, so DLSS and FSR really doesn't do as much as you would think at these lower resolutions. You know, 1080p is still not even that good for DLSS. All right, so the number to beat is going to be around 53 FPS. And so far, we've got 60. Oh, you know what? We might be V-synced. We might have V-sync on. We gotta make sure V-sync is disabled because we were hitting 59. We weren't going above 60. Gonna have to restart the benchmark. You said it's off? Yeah, V-sync is off. That's true. Okay, that's just interesting. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and pop in. Pop back into the benchmark. Better to make sure that we're in the right settings, though. So for this game on the Steam Deck, I'm also going to try loading it with everything on ultra settings and see what we get when we set everything to ultra. Look at that. We're getting 58, 59 again. I want to see above 60 because otherwise it makes me worried that it's being bottlenecked somehow. But it's so interesting how our performance is so similar. At least at low here. Notice that our GPU is not pulling very high wattage, which means we're CPU bound again. Our CPU is doing being our limiter again. And that's so interesting to me. So we're going to end up getting pretty dang close FPS to matching the Steam Deck again at this low resolution. But when we get to, we'll try ultra settings, and that's going to really change everything, I think. That's going to give the advantage to the laptop in this game, big time. But if you were just to play on low settings, surprisingly, the Steam Deck's performance is super similar to this laptop. Which was not something I expected at all. Sniper, I don't think this game needs as much RAM. So I don't think we're going to be as RAM limited as we are in Hogwarts. See, I'm seeing 59 FPS again. That makes me think that we're being limited to 60. I don't know. I guess hard to say. Average is 56 here. Notice the resolution on this laptop is a little bit lower resolution than the Steam Deck, right? 16 by 9 versus 16 by 10. Pretty dang interesting results though. Let's try ultra settings with no ray tracing. Yeah, I know it's using a lot of, it's using most of the RAM, but at least our like we're not stuttering horribly and stuff like that on here. So, all right, and now we're gonna try to do optimal settings, but we're also gonna do high quality. So we're doing high quality with DLSS on quality. All right, that's what we would probably run on this laptop if we were playing this game. Most likely, if we can. All right, so now we're at native resolution. DLSS on quality. Everything's on high quality. Let's try benchmarking this guy again. Notice that now that we're on DLSS on quality, we might get better actual performance. Because we're basically upscaling from 720p upwards. And if we were CPU bound before, our native render resolution is going to be pretty similar, I bet. So if we were CPU bound before, maybe we'll get the same FPS as before, but now way better visuals. Yeah, our FPS is only a little bit less. We were doing 59 here before. Now we're doing 51. It shows how CPU bound we were. You know, at native resolution now at 1080p, we're killing it. It's looking good. Yeah, and everything's looking very smooth. We're not getting stuttering from our RAM being only 8 gigs in this game. That issue is going to only crop up in some games, where other games are going to be a lot better. Notice our GPU wattage is coming up massively up here to 73, 76. So that's a lot better than we were. I wish we had our GPU utilization, because that would also help us visualize how CPU bound we are in these different games. I gotta say, from a visual perspective, playing at 1080p at the similar-ish frames, it's going to be such a better visual experience than playing at 1280 by 800 on the Steam Deck. So, just wanted to mention that as well. So, 51 FPS here at 1080p resolution. That's a pretty big difference right there. Let's try the Steam Deck once again. We're going to try everything on high and see what our frame rate is. I think the key reason why the Steam Deck is sometimes matching the laptop performance is that the laptop is becoming pretty dang CPU bound. And having only single channel 4 gig is also really hurting us too on the laptop performance. We would get way better laptop performance if we were doing dual channel 16 gigs, especially in games like Hogwarts. But even in games like Dying Light 2, we would see big performance gains on the laptop switching to dual channel 16 gigs. Main difference being dual channel versus single channel. And then if the memory is being capped, then we really want to have more memory too, more total memory. But some games don't necessarily have to have that, right? So, all right, so we're gonna go to high quality. We're gonna do FSR on quality, which is the closest we can match. Let's see what we do on high quality settings. Let's go ahead and save that. We're gonna save our settings. Let's go ahead and run the benchmark. So this is high quality settings now. On the first run, we got, what was it, 51, 52, or 53 or something like that on the Steam Deck. Just a little over 50. Let's see what we get now that we are running high settings. I think it's going to be noticeably less. So 44 FPS. Interesting. Going to high settings didn't kill our performance. It is less performance though, only at 44. So I think we were in the low 50s range before. Now we're at 40, 42. Notice our GPU is hitting 100% utilization there. So we are GPU bound. If we were to try to bump this up to 1080p resolution, I'm pretty sure we would be getting really crappy frame rates. If we can, I would really like to try doing that 1080p resolution testing, though. If we can get it to work on my projector or my monitor, though.
Damn biomarkers. They're like chains. Wish I could break free.
It's kind of funny how we have this guy, his head is inside the leg of the other guy. The stream is lagging? Interesting. Oh, I know why. Oh, crap. What did we get? Chat. What did we get, chat? So we got 48 FPS at the lower res, running on high. So we only lost a few frames per second. That's impressive. I was honestly thinking we were going to have a bigger difference than that. Let's load into Apex Legends now. Try an esports game if we can. Yeah, I'm impressed with the Steam Deck, like, as a whole. From a performance perspective, that it can do this when running on battery, right? Like, that's the key that you have to, like, focus on with this thing to make you happy with it. I just really wish it was a 90 or 120 hertz refresh rate, and that it was capable to going to those frame rates in actual games. Because there's a reason why they kept it to 60, because the hardware can only go to really 60 in the majority of games. Not even to 60 in a lot of them, you know? I expect we'll be able to get 60 FPS in Apex Legends, though, because it's a very optimized game. All right, so we're at native resolution. Wow, we're on high settings right now. Should we see if high settings can do it? It looks like we have some kind of... Do we have upscaling on anything? Okay, no, that's just the low resolution, I think. Let's go to firing range. See what kind of FPS we get in the firing range. I'm thinking it's going to be pretty high. Maybe not. Wow. So A is to jump.
Grappling.
B is to crouch. I had never played Apex on a controller, so this is going to show you my aim on a controller versus a mouse. Oh goodness, it is so hard to aim. Yeah. 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 All right, so our FPS though is the key. We're only doing 45. Which, if we're gonna play Apex, we definitely want to be trying to get our full 60 FPS. So let's go into our settings. Can we go into our settings here? How do we enter our settings in this? This is interesting. So there's, as far as I can tell, there's...
Making contact with enemy.
I'm pressing all of the buttons right now. And... there does not appear to be a way to exit this firing range. That's pretty funny. No way to exit the firing range. Interesting. So this is an interesting example of the gameplay here. Let me go ahead and see if I can make this a little dimmer. Okay, so that should let you guys see it a little better. Notice, so aiming with this, there's kind of a dead space between when you aim and when it goes. But if I aim with the joystick here, I can aim, I think, a lot better. I probably need to increase the sensitivity a little bit, but... maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it would be too... It seems like it'd be more flickable, I guess. I don't know. It's interesting. Using this is so difficult to aim. So now the question is, how do I actually get to the menu to leave the game? hold this for game menu. Okay. All right, I found it. I found it. They did not make it easy, though. We're going to change this to performance overlay 2. All right, cool. All right, now, let's try changing our settings down to low. All right, so now we're getting 60 FPS constant. That is certainly a lot easier to aim. Oh yeah, just keep sending it to the same one again and again. You really need aim assist if you're going to try to play this game on controller. Thankfully, this game does have aim assist. So 60 FPS is possible on this game, and we are using a lot of the GPU to do it though. We're at 90%, so there may be times where you're going to still drop below 60 FPS. Jeez, it's so much harder to aim with controller. It's crazy. All right, let's go ahead and try. We'll try going into a match and see if it's any good. See if I'll even be able to kill anyone. I don't know that I will be able to. I think it's likely that I will just utterly die all the time in this. Mainly because I'm not tuned to a controller experience. I'm sure someone with a controller will be able to play this a lot better than me. Or at least someone who's a controller player, you know? But you can see you have look sensitivity. Let me try turning it up. Oh, we'll just leave it at same. All right. Yeah, if you set all your settings correctly, you might be able to do all right. Peter says, in my quest for I decided to upgrade my 7-year-old PC in the boat, waiting a laptop that would beat the Steam Deck for a price. I think it's possible, then a gaming PC after that, but not a Steam Deck. That's silly. Unless it's a Steam Deck 2 for Ultra at the same price. I love the idea of using 10 to 20 watts. That's cool for 90. So, yeah, overall, like, the Steam Deck is such a cool idea. I'm just... Certain games, it's going to be way better than others, is, I guess, what I would say. And really, it's mainly for single-player gamers, you know? Single-player gamers that want to game when they're on airplanes a lot, or they have a regular bus ride commute, or whatever. That's what it's for, I think. Sorry, I butchered what I was trying to say. What's up, Jamal? Welcome to the stream. All right. And Britt, thanks for letting me know the stream is lagging. I did adjust it, so hopefully it's better now. All right, we're gonna do the Prowler, so hopefully the Prowler is a little better. I'll be able to use hip fire with the Prowler maybe to kill some things. So hitting 60 FPS nonstop, the game is looking super fluid and smooth. How do I reload? Oh god. Our FPS did drop significantly below 60 though. Come on, I just want one kill. Oh my goodness, we almost got one. Oh, and we're dead. So in the smoke there, we were definitely dropping an FPS down below 60 pretty noticeably. I saw in the 40s or 30s or something. We did a little bit of damage though, so go us. We did a little bit of damage. I watched a guy going to Asia. He said the Steam Deck was too big for portable versus the Switch. I think that depends on what you're willing to carry. I do think it is a little bit big. Hey, we helped distract someone. That's our teammate's ultimate, so I'm hoping we'll be okay. Oh goodness, aiming with a controller is so hard. Oh my god. All right, we'll go one more life with Apex Legends here. And then we'll switch over to the laptop to see how the laptop does. How are you supposed to like handle recoil and burst weapons? Oh my goodness. Maybe we can take this guy's kill. Come on! No! We couldn't even steal his kill. Oh my god. Okay, we're dead. All right, that's Apex Legends on the Steam Deck. It's a pretty good experience, I would say. Surprisingly good, but it's obviously not a high refresh rate, and it's sucky, in my opinion, playing Apex without a keyboard and mouse. Now, that's obviously going to vary a lot from person to person. If you love playing on a keyboard and mouse, you're not going to want to play Apex Legends on a controller. So, yeah. Competitive games in general, I just don't think you're going to want to play very much on the controller. So here's Apex Legends on the laptop. I'm anticipating, hopefully, a very good experience. I just remember we got to change it to be a higher FPS. I always end up partially opening the game before I realize it. All right, reopening it again. Sweet. So we'll try everything on the high settings that usually are the default, and then we'll switch to low settings again. I gotta say that in the Steam Deck surprised me overall. All right, the Steam Deck has surprised me in a number of ways, but the biggest one is definitely just how good the performance is on battery. I guess is like you're not going to get that level of performance on a gaming laptop on battery. You're just not. You know, like it's getting surprisingly close to the performance of the 3050 Ti in these CPU-bound games at these low resolutions, and that's mainly because of the Ryzen, the Ryzen Zen 2 chip is surprisingly good CPU and very power efficient. And then when we go to higher resolutions, that's where this laptop is just would crush the Steam Deck on higher graphical settings as well. But at 720p or like the 800p of the Steam Deck, it's doing surprisingly good. Slick Rounder says, "Oh sweet, didn't know you had a Steam Deck." Yeah, I just trying it for the first time. I have not undervolted it. No, this is not undervolted. This is raw stock settings. If it is any smaller than a laptop, it is portable. Yeah, it's pretty dang portable. Some laptops, you know, there's no laptop as portable as the Steam Deck. I mean, when you look at the size of these two. The laptop by itself, you know, the Steam Deck is like 1/5 the size probably of this laptop. It is so much smaller. It's ridiculously difference in size. All right, so here we are. Oh, we have a 5-minute delay. Okay, it doesn't like us abandoning these matches. All right, well, we can go ahead and mess with our settings for a moment. And we want boom there. We need to change crouch there. We want auto sprint on. Since we have 3 minutes and 33 seconds now, let's take a look at our download speed on the Steam Deck right now, because I am downloading The Witcher 3. This might interfere with the stream. Let me know if the stream starts lagging at all. So our peak speed right now is 53 megabytes per second. Let me try putting the Steam Deck on the table on the laptop here again. It helps a lot keeping it stable. So 52 megabytes, 54 megabytes. Disk usage is also about 57 megabytes. That's very good Wi-Fi speed. But I got to tell you, like, I was trying to download stuff on the Steam Deck in the room outside, in the living room out there, and the Wi-Fi speed was nowhere near as fast. We do not have Wi-Fi 6E or 6 on the Steam Deck. It's just Wi-Fi 5, I believe. 5 gigahertz only. So it's not going to be, it's not going to go through walls as well as Wi-Fi 6 does. And the speed, though, when you're in the same room with a good signal, is very comparable to the Wi-Fi 6E. At least on my fiber internet, you know, this is like 500 megabits, basically, going at 55. And it is not the only thing running, I don't think. Let me try going into settings. Let's see if we can we do our offline mode again? So we're in offline mode. Can we run? I don't think we will be able to run. But can we run Elden Ring in offline mode? Let's just see if we can. You know? It's so important for the Steam Deck to be able to use it. Right now, that would mean I would be using Apex Legends on the account in online mode and Elden Ring in offline mode. So that would be pretty sweet. It would essentially mean that you could load into one game on a laptop, connect it to the internet, and then go into offline mode on your Steam Deck and have people playing 2 games on the same Steam account. And you could do that using a laptop as well, but just, you know, right now we know for a fact that we're in Apex Legends, and Steam knows we're in Apex Legends, and yet we were still able to go into offline mode. Sometimes Steam on a PC will be like, oh, you can't enter offline mode as long as we know that you're in another game. And right now, we were in another game, and yet it still went into Elden Ring. That's a good sign. I really like that. Sligrunner says the new handhelds with Phoenix APUs like the upcoming AO Neo Next 2 should be sick. The 780M iGPU is breaking 3K on Timespy graphics, getting close to 1060 and competitive. Slick Rounder, do you know what the Timespy is on the Steam Deck? For some reason, it was not really letting me run Timespy. It was like as if it was pre-downloaded and then it wouldn't actually run, which was super weird. So I'd love to know if you know why Timespy was not running. Elden Ring seems to be on a white screen right now. Like, basically, it was like Timespy, Firestrike, all of those were preloaded, and I had no option to delete those games, or at least the benchmark files, and re-download them, so. All right, well, we're not able to get in. So far, Elden Ring is not loaded in. I'm going to let that try to load. Maybe it'll load into the background. Let's go ahead and check out Apex Legends on the Lenovo. All right, so right now we're on high settings. Let's just verify our video settings. Right now we're on the high settings. These are the high default settings. Let's see what we get for our FPS average. Hold on. There we go. This frame rate is not amazing. But oh my gosh, this is such a better gameplay experience than playing on the Steam Deck for this game. At least for me, it's night and day. Holy schmoly. All right, and this is on high settings, so let's try slapping it down to low settings. All right, and now let's see if we can hit the 120 refresh rate of this display. Well, it looks like we are. Sadly, it looks like there is some ghosting on the display, and the response rate is not amazing. Much better than the 60 hertz display of the Steam Deck, though. I'm pretty sure I could kill people with this laptop pretty consistently, or very often. Maybe not quite play as well as what I would get with, you know, an actual high-end gaming laptop with 240 hertz refresh rate or better. But this gaming experience is night and day using a keyboard and mouse, especially. I could obviously use the Steam Deck with a keyboard and mouse and have a better experience that way as well. All right, so let's go and return to lobby. Gizmo's esports ready. What? Okay. Okay, I was like, it looked like it reset the timer on the thing. Looking at our Elden Ring loading, it's not loaded in yet. I don't know why. Let's exit the game and try reloading it up. What's up, Mr. Johnny? Steam Deck stock gets 1,639, 1491 graphics, 3,754 on the CPU. Wow, that is so much less than this laptop. This laptop was getting like 6,000. Such a big difference. I might go get mad before I upgrade to a new PC. There's always seems to be a compromise now. Sad I can't go to shops anymore. It's all online. Yeah, Peter, that's why I'm trying to help people find laptops they can buy, you know. That's give them really good testing so they can trust what the results are and everything. Any info on the Legion Pro 7i shipping? Last I heard, it's back ordered. I need to just cancel my order and try ordering from another site. I don't think we're going to see that laptop ever from BH Photo, sadly. Yeah, I'll have to order one. All right, so let's Let's see what we get. Our goal is 120 FPS, and wow, we're hitting right close to 120 right now in the game here. We took a hit as we were trying to come up on these guys. Destroying that kid. All right, come here. That guy destroyed me. Yeah, let's respawn. Hopefully we do better the second time. Let's try the Nemesis out. You know, when you're using a screen like this that has ghosting, it can be harder to hit fast moving objects, right? That's kind of where the biggest difference in performance is. Yeah, we got one. Oh, goodness. We're healing up. We are super dead. Ha, that guy came up all the way, ran up to us to kill us. For competitive Fortnite, I watch players like Clicks. They use low settings to maintain 240 FPS content, even with a 4090 and 13900K. Yeah, the point of competitive games is definitely to try to get as high a FPS as you possibly can. Yeah, the Nemesis is really bad up close. I don't know why I tried zooming in. Let's change it up. Let's go Prowler. Wow, my teammates they're all struggling really hard to do much here. Looks like Elden Ring loaded successfully now on the Steam Deck. Oh my gosh, these kids are pros! Well, definitely a bit leggy there. We'll try the RE45 out. Nice. Yeah, we killed that bloodhound. I feel good about that. Finally killed that guy. That guy killed me like twice. Wow, that guy using the Mastiff got me good. So this is obviously playing pretty dang good. I could play this and not feel too bad about myself. It really wants me to finish this game, though. So, we'll at least go for one more life. I can't see anything. Eee. Like, I can track targets so much better now than I could on the Steam Deck. Partially because of keyboard and mouse, and partially because of the response rate and refresh rate is so much better now. Wow. Yeah, that Bloodhound's good. He's got 9 kills right now. Okay, very nice. I gotta say, I'm impressed with the Apex Legends experience on the Lenovo. It's not as good as a true esports gaming machine, but for $549, that is tough to beat, pricing-wise, all right? So let's take a look at Elden Ring. This should run really well on the Steam Deck. Let's find out. Slick Rounder with the $2. Thanks so much for the super chat, man. I really appreciate it. And also the super chat earlier from, was it Moa, I believe? Yeah, and Moa becoming a member is really awesome. Thanks so much again to Moa. Hey, hope you can get a Phoenix handheld at some point. That would be cool. It says starting in offline mode. Yes, that's what we want. We want to start in offline mode. Perfect. Okay, wow, we're only getting 19 FPS. Oh, that's not good. I was actually thinking we would get better FPS than that. Do I have a button to close this? Okay, there it goes. All right, how do I control? Goodness, it's so weird. The Z and X. No, we don't want to do defaults. There we go. Okay, so screen mode, full screen. Quality set to high. Let's go to low settings. Yeah, let's go low settings and see how that does. Wait, what did it just say? Some settings may not have been applied. To apply these settings, return to the title menu. Okay, so we need to return to the title menu. I believe that's in this settings. Okay, so we have to restart the game basically, or going back to the title menu. But high settings definitely seemed a bit stuttery, right? That was not great. What are the laptop specs? It's a 3050 Ti with a Ryzen 5 5600H. Okay, this feels way smoother, though our FPS is only 38. This feels smooth. Like the gameplay doesn't feel stuttery. Good enough for me. Let's see if we can fight this guy over here a little bit. Little bit stuttery now. It has like 3 different animations for attack. Okay, yeah, we got 2 hit. Hey, our FPS is doing all right. It felt pretty good. The gameplay didn't feel bad here in Elden Ring. So that's a good thing. I honestly thought the gameplay would feel worse. Too bad the FPS isn't even a little higher, though. I was hoping we would get a little higher. Let's see if we can go to our settings. Just make sure that we're on low. And there's no other ways to boost the FPS, right? Like we don't have FSR or anything like that. I do kind of want to have anti-aliasing on low. Because it makes the game look a lot crisper having anti-aliasing on low. So getting 38, getting high 30s to low 40s for the most part in Elden Ring, which is really not that bad, all things considered. What's the button to run? Isn't there a sprint button? Interesting. All right, so we'll touch this field of grace. It's this is one thing that's really annoying about Elden Ring is it gives you the wrong keys all the time. So I guess E equals Y or something. I don't know. And all right, so we got our Field of Grace there. This is not terrible a gameplay experience. I could certainly see people playing this on a budget, but the resolution is really not that great still. Like I'm noticing like it's not that smooth. It's not as smooth as a gaming laptop. It's not hitting 60 FPS. If you're picky, you're going to be annoyed by this, I think. But wow, adding anti-aliasing really did help the visual quality of this. Let's try doing anti-aliasing on high. See if that boosts the visual quality again some more. Oh yeah, that definitely looks better. And the FPS is not much different doing anti-aliasing on high. I'm guessing we're CPU bound right now, because our GPU utilization is only at 90%, 89%. So we could probably turn some settings up, but you probably want the wiggle room so that in more demanding fights, you're not going to be lagging as much, you know? So, trying to see. Okay, so you hold B to sprint. That's what it is. We took a hit. It's okay. We took another hit. It's not okay. We're dead. So our FPS, though, in the middle of this boss battle is getting in the mid-30s. Still smooth enough to play. It's definitely playable. Elden Ring's playable on the Steam Deck. Let's see how playable Elden Ring is on the laptop. So let's find out. I'm thinking Elden Ring should be pretty dang playable. Slick says there's a good chance Aoneo would send me a test unit. Yeah, potentially. I'm willing to test some things, especially if they send it to me for free. We'll have to see how many views, you know, this stream ends up getting. If people like watching this kind of content, comparing laptops versus these different. If people like watching this kind of content, comparing like the Steam Deck versus laptops, and I could compare different handhelds too against each other. If they get views, then I would definitely consider doing more of them. If they end up not getting that many views, then we'll have to see. I might end up just focusing on gaming laptops. This is like a new type of content for me, and I want to make sure that I do things that you guys are actually interested in watching. So, interestingly enough, we're not able to click on 1080p for some reason. Yeah, it's not letting me select 1080p. Let's see here. Are we in full 1080p on our laptop? We are in full 1080p on the laptop. All right, let me go to 16:9. All right, now it's letting me go to 1080p. All right, we're gonna go to low settings. We're gonna match what we did on the We're gonna match what we did on the laptop. On the Steam Deck, I mean. Let's go back. We'll hit continue. You see that Samsung Wobble Gaming laptop? Not sure. All right, so our FPS with this laptop, we're doing 50. I want to point out that we appear to be severely CPU bound again. At only 59, 55 watts. Our GPU could go up to 85 watts. So we're definitely being CPU bound once more. The shadows are getting a bit of a flicker on this low setting. All right, let's try changing our resolution down to matching what the Steam Deck does. Yeah, so again, CPU bound even worse now, getting 55, 54. So definitely much higher frames in this game on the 3050 Ti. More importantly, the Ryzen chip is the bottleneck here on the CPU side of things. And overall, this is definitely playable as well. Our 1% lows are excellent. But I'll bet you we can get similar frame rates on high settings or high settings and high resolution. Let's see what we get. So we're at 1080p on high settings now. Look at us. We're doing almost the same frame rate again, just a few FPS lower on high settings, 1080p. And oh my goodness, this is so much more detail. And the graphics look so much better on this than on the Steam Deck. So that's definitely a bit of difference. I think we're still a bit CPU bound because our GPU wattage is still only 65. Pretty dang interesting. Let's go ahead and fight this guy. See if we get any stutters or anything. I don't know if the 5600H is able to be undervolted. I didn't try Slick Round. That's a good question, though. That might help this performance. Hey, we got 4 or 5 hits in. I'm definitely playing a lot better on this than on the Steam Deck, but that's partially because I'm used to these controls. Because I played this game on PC a bit more. Overall, obviously going to be an excellent experience. High settings is definitely going to be playable on this Lenovo Ideapad. And high settings was pretty playable on the Steam Deck too. But the frame rate gain in this being 10 FPS, it's like a very noticeable gain going from like 30 something up to the 40s, high 40s, you know? So it's definitely better, especially since we're at a higher resolution on this system. Can we go to maximum settings? What do we get in maximum settings? So maximum settings, ooh, we're definitely getting a bit lower FPS now, 510 FPS drop. And then I think our 1% low is also a bit noticeably less as well. It definitely seems stuttery, more stuttery on maximum settings. So let's go back to high. Visually speaking, high and maximum look almost the same. All the row of fruit that you're just going to be useless. Don't even gather that. Yeah. This is going to be a pretty dang good gaming experience overall. I can see a little bit of ghosting on the display. But still, I would definitely rather play this game on this laptop than on the Steam Deck. It's kind of a shame that the CPU, being so CPU bound, we're not getting very many games so far that are able to push the 120 FPS of this monitor resolution. So pretty dang interesting. All right, so now it's time for Shadow of the Tomb Raider. We're going to do the benchmark in Shadow of the Tomb Raider. So we have to use the launcher. And it said that we had to... Wait. Okay. All right. It says unsupported Linux distribution version. Gotcha. So... if you have any issues with the game, it's basically they're saying it's not their fault. Current CPU governor may impact performance. Gotcha. All right. Let's guess this is. All right. So right now it's doing. We want to do 16 by 10. And. That's the only change there. Advanced settings. I don't know. I guess let's just try to play it with the default settings, just going to 16 by 10. How high is the 3050 Ti boosting in clock speed? The price of the $900 seems like a steep though. Can I get a 3060 or RDNA 2 with a 6700M at that price? So Slick Rounder, I bought this laptop for $550 on sale. And I've seen this laptop on sale for around $500 to $600 several times, like $550 to $650. And currently you can buy the Lenovo Ideapad unbox on open box from Best Buy for $650, or like it was $620 actually, which is less than the Steam Deck's cost, less than what this Steam Deck costs. I do not recommend the Lenovo Ideapad at the full price. Okay, so under options, let's see what we have for our display and graphics settings. All right, so we're at 1280 by 800. Looks like we're on, everything is on low. Run benchmark is the play button. All right, we're gonna try running the benchmark. So Daniel says you should be able to get a 3060 for 700. That would be very unlikely to get a 3060 for 700 still, but maybe on the best sales. 800 or 900 is going to be pretty common, I think, for 3060s on sale. But I think the best deal right now for around 900 is probably the MSI Delta 15 with the 6700M with a 240 hertz QHD display and a higher end processor. That combination is going to really push frame rates much higher than what we're seeing in this Lenovo Ideapad and Steam Deck, because the CPU would be able to push those frame rates in games like Elden Ring, Dying Light. You're going to get over 60 FPS consistently in basically every game, even on ultra settings. So it's just going to be a night and day difference. If you can go up to the MSI Delta 15 at 900, that would be the way to go in my opinion. Okay, so wow, we're hitting 60 FPS nonstop. Is there any way we can disable VSync? Our GPU is nearing max utilization though. Okay, yeah, now we're getting below 60 FPS. So it was only getting a little bit above 60. Interesting. Very good performance on the Steam Deck. I mean, there's really no point in scoring above 60 other than just trying to benchmark it for benchmarking's sake. We probably have VSync enabled. That's probably why. Yeah, Slick Rounder, I agree. The Delta 15 is really good. It's my, it's definitely my top recommended for if you're going to go to the $900 price point. Okay, I'm seeing some FPS stuttering. We saw some drops down to like the 20s there for a little bit, which is not good. Hopefully we don't get a lot of that stuttering. Reaching 100% GPU utilization here, not hitting 60 FPS. So I'm thinking the average in this game is going to be, you know, like 50s up to slightly a little more than 60 if you weren't, you know, limiting to 60 FPS. But obviously you'd want to limit to 60 FPS to reduce battery life usage on this machine. Unless you're hooked up to an external monitor when plugged in, perhaps. All right, so 60 FPS nonstop. This is one of the easier areas of the game to run. Notice our GPU utilization dropping down to the 80s here. That means that we have extra GPU headroom, at least for parts of the game. But really, it's more about your GPU utilization when you're in the busier areas of the game, because that's what you really care about. How low the FPS ends up getting in the really demanding areas. And right here, we're starting to go into a bit more demanding. Our FPS is dropping below 50, high 40s now, mid 40s. Interesting. This is still going to be very playable, even in the mid 40s. So for a portable handheld, pretty incredible levels of performance. But again, we're going to compare it against this laptop. And one thing that's important to note is definitely that we have that 512 gig SSD allowing us to install all these games. And since it's not Windows, running a Linux Steam OS, basically, the OS does not take very much of the SSD space, allowing us to fill it up almost entirely with games. Whereas Windows takes up quite a bit of our SSD space, really taking the space of one of the games up, potentially. From the Windows install and then all of the recovery drive partitions and everything. So 53 FPS on average, though our average would be a little higher if we weren't being frame capped at 60, you know, for VSync basically. So pretty interesting. I wonder if we can hop into a part of the game. Oh, I guess we got to start a new game because I haven't even started a game on this, which is interesting. So right now the Lenovo Ideapad is validating the install. And once that's done, we'll hop into the Lenovo Ideapad. For now, let's just check out the single player story. What TDP is the Steam Deck running at? So over here on the left, if I unplug this, you can see the battery drain right here. The amount of wattage for the CPU and GPU put together. And it's supposed to be from like 4 to 15 watts for the CPU. Actually, I think this actually might include the screen and the entire battery drain. I'm going to try to skip any cinematics if we can. Oh, it looks like Tomb Raider might be ready to go on the Lenovo Ideapad. Sweet. So let's go ahead and load up Tomb Raider on the Ideapad then. So we're doing exclusive full screen, 120. DLSS is on quality, but we can turn that off because we want to do a comparable. As comparable as we can, 1280 by 720p. And we're going to do lowest settings for our graphics. This ends up becoming more of like a CPU benchmark, doing this ultra low resolution with low settings, but still, let's see what we get. If the drain shows 25 watts, then it's running at max TDP. That is correct, Daniel. We saw 25 watts in God of War and a number of the games. Keep an eye out for the 7600 MXT from AMD. It reaches 47 levels of performance and a better price. We'll have to see. I don't know if it's quite that level of performance yet or not. It's probably pretty close to that, though. It's probably more comparable to, like, I guess I just want to see it first before I say anything, because I haven't looked at any of the benchmarks or any of the leaks or any of the other reviews yet. So, but I trust you, Slick Rounder, to be at least in the right ballpark, referring to a 4070. Mr. Alexander says the 4070, in my opinion, is never worth it over a 4060 price wise. Well, I need to see a 4070 140 watt in action. And I think a 4070 140 watt will definitely be worth it when comparing to a low wattage 4060. So I wouldn't say never, but I think you're talking about where like you have a high wattage 4060 and a high wattage 4070. So you gotta just I would say never, but okay. So here's our FPS. Wow, the FPS is so similar to the Steam Deck. Look at that. Doing the Steam Deck was doing just a little over 60 in here, and we're doing a little under 50 there for a little bit, a little over 70, 80 now. Okay, so a little better on the 3050 Ti. It's doing a bit better now. Still, we're definitely getting CPU bound at this ultra low resolution and low settings. So you up the settings to highest settings without ray tracing. I think you're still going to get good frame rates in this game. We can try that as well. We'll try bumping to 1080p and doing higher settings. Yeah, Miss Alexander says, yes, I'm talking about same wattage, 4060, 4070, and that's right, good sir. Yeah. Jared's testing a cut down 7600S. Okay. Keep an eye out. It comfortably beat the 3060 despite being a cut down low watt version of the 120 7600 MXT. Yeah, we'll have to see what the 7600 MXT actually does. Well, our FPS performance is much better than the Steam Deck in this scenario. I'm guessing we're not very CPU bound here, pushing our frame rate far greater than what the Steam Deck was able to do. $110, $112. Yeah, and I think we still may be CPU bound here because our GPU is only pulling 40 watts. That is crazy town difference. I think this shows you where, you know, the Lenovo Ideapad's definitely going to excel in certain games that can take advantage of the additional graphical power and are not as CPU demanding. But those CPU demanding games, the Steam Deck's really not much behind this laptop. So it's a huge variation from game to game. So I will test this one more time on high settings, no ray tracing, DLSS on quality, 1080p. And we'll see what kind of frame rate we get, because that would be the more optimal settings for this laptop and would be a much better visual experience than this low resolution, you know. Daniel says, I would still always prefer to have DLSS 3 and frame gen. Yeah, until AMD comes out with something comparable, DLSS and frame gen definitely is going to be a very compelling argument for NVIDIA's product line right now. At least if you're a single player gamer and you're playing games that are compatible. 79 FPS right here. So 53 FPS to 79 FPS. And let's go ahead and change the resolution. It's not. Oh, there it went. There we go. Okay, so now we're at 1080p. And we're going to do high settings with no ray tracing. And let's see what we get with high settings, no ray tracing. I did not turn DLSS on. Crap. Okay, no DLSS. But I would normally play this game with DLSS though, so. The raw power of 140 watt 3070 Ti is approximately the same output as a 120 watt 4070. Sad thing is the cut memory lane of only 128 bit on the 4060 and 4070, while even a 3060 had 192 bit. The real uplift is the frame gen. Yeah, if you're gonna do frame gen enableable games, it's a huge uplift. So looking at our FPS, look, we're doing 1080p now. High settings, our FPS is very good still. And if you were to try these settings on the Steam Deck, it would bring the Steam Deck to its knees. So that really goes to show you the performance difference between the laptop and the Steam Deck, quite a bit better than some of these other games. I gotta say, like, I really have been surprised at how close the Steam Deck has been to the laptop. I thought the laptop would more than double the frame rate of the Steam Deck in almost every test, and it really hasn't done that. That's the surprising part to me. So, we're gonna do a wrap up here. I don't have the dongle to attach the Steam Deck to a projector and run 1080p. If I find it, maybe we'll do a follow-up live stream at some point. Doing the higher end resolution as if you were docked with the Steam Deck. A 3070 is often ahead of the 4070, actually. I don't know about that, Stardom. I think it depends on what wattage each one's at. In terms of rasterization performance, they're in a very similar ballpark. It's just, I think the 4070 is just not the same tier GPU as the 3070 Ti. I know that some people disagree because they both are 70s at the end, but NVIDIA this last year, they bumped everything up by 10. A 3080 became a 4090, and a 3070 became the 4080. They're both the second tier GPUs, and the third tier GPU in my book is the 3060 versus the 4070. They're priced pretty similarly. 4070 starts at $1499, and the 3060, most of the 3060s at launch were also $1499 in that ballpark and pricing. So that said, some of the 4070 laptops are way overpriced, and I would not pay that much for any of the 4070s that are like $2,500, $3,000 or whatever. So, all right, 62 FPS. 62 FPS. Very good frame rate for highest settings on this laptop. You would not be able to get that high a frame rate at all, not even close on the Steam Deck. All right, so let's do a summary of what we've discovered for today so far. Let me flip the light back on over here. Shaboom. Okay. So, let me hold it this way. All right, so okay. All right, now I've got the things balanced. All right, so Steam Deck versus gaming laptop, at least one that's in a similar-ish ballpark. It shows you that the Steam Deck processor in CPU-bound games and AAA games surprisingly gets similar FPS to a lot of the gaming laptop performance at that low resolution because it becomes so CPU-bound. And we also have a Ryzen chip in this one as well. So in terms of raw performance at those low resolutions, the Steam Deck was surprisingly capable, only a little bit behind the gaming laptop. Now, when we upped the resolution on the gaming laptop, we almost always had consistently playable frame rates on higher settings and at 1080p. So if you're wanting to play higher resolution, higher frame rates, higher settings, this gaming laptop absolutely trounces the Steam Deck from that perspective. But if you're just looking for like casual AAA gaming performance that is portable and is playable on a battery to go basis, the Steam Deck really surprised me. It really performed well overall, much better than I thought. And I'm just thinking like, you know what? I would love to take this thing and play some games on an airplane, or like I'm ready to go on vacation and just play lounging on a beach playing this or something, you know, I don't know. Maybe the screen wouldn't be bright enough in the outdoor light. Maybe in the shade, it would be still bright enough. I don't know. Just the fact that you can take stuff on the go, play games is awesome. I love that so much. What else did we discover today? I think the biggest takeaway was that both of these laptops went under, both the Steam Deck and the laptop went under CPU-bound gameplay. The laptop's only a little bit faster. Now, keep in mind, we only had single channel 8 gig RAM in here. I believe it was single channel. It might have been dual channel. I'm tempted to pop the bottom off and check real quick. I suppose we could use CPU Z to check as well if this is dual channel or not. I don't know. if it is 1 stick or 2 sticks. Let's find out real quick. Either way, the key really here is 16 gigs is also not enough for a lot of different games out there these days. Like Hogwarts really needs more than 8 gigs. And the Steam Deck having 16 gigs of unified RAM actually let the performance be much smoother than the 8 gigs that we had in this laptop, which also kind of blew my mind that you could even play Hogwarts more smoothly on the Steam Deck than the laptop. Very few games we saw where the Steam Deck's performance was noticeably much better than the laptop, but Hogwarts was one of them. And I would attribute that primarily to the 8 gigs of RAM. So let me find out if this is dual channel or not, or if it's a single 8 gig stick real quick in CPU-Z. So we have 8 gigs. I believe this is just one 8 gig stick is what we got. All right. So slot 1, slot 2 is empty. Yeah. So one 8 gig DDR4 3200 RAM. And yeah, it's definitely, we would see better, especially CPU bound gaming performance would be noticeably uplifted if we had 16 gigs dual channel in this. So a lot of these CPU bound games that are super low resolution that we were testing today to compete with the Steam Deck, our performance would probably go up 10, 20, maybe even 30% in some of those games, especially Hogwarts, where the stuttering was just awful. All right. So you slap another 8 gig stick into this Lenovo, maybe you add a better SSD, and at the $550 price point that I bought this at, you could do those upgrades and still be around the same price range as the Steam Deck. So, but that said, the stock price of this laptop currently is $899, open box $620. So that said, there are a lot of laptops in this price range, like $600 to $700 with a 3050 Ti. There's a lot of different things, especially as sales go on and off. There's almost always a sale, almost always something that's open box that's under, that's around this performance level for this money. Okay. So in general though, like the experience of utilizing a laptop is so much different than a Steam Deck. A laptop has a keyboard, it has a mouse, it has a bigger display. You can use it to watch movies. You can use it to do work. You can use it to do your homework. To do all of those things with the Steam Deck, you're gonna need to dock this sucker to a monitor and a keyboard and mouse using the USB-C port. So it is possible to do those things, but not on the go the way the laptop is. And the way the laptop has all that functionality built in is totally different. Now, from the speakers perspective, I do think the Steam Deck actually has slightly better speakers, and especially since they're kind of hitting you in the face, you're holding this right in front of your face, you're going to really hear the speakers, and you're going to hear left-right audio separation a little bit, which is really nice. The bugginess in some of the PC games, like in Elden Ring at first was optimized for controllers. All the buttons were in controller configuration. They changed the update recently in Elden Ring to be better. Now it's in keyboard button functionality, but now on the Steam Deck, it's for keyboard and you need the controller config options. Maybe in the settings you can change it. But yeah, in terms of if you're a casual AAA gamer, I can definitely recommend the Steam Deck from the perspective of it's not too expensive. You can pair it. You can stream games from your laptops to the Steam Deck over Wi-Fi if you've got a really good Wi-Fi connection, like in the same room. But in general, if you're going to do that type of gaming primarily, I would recommend something like the Razer Edge, which I did show you that at the beginning. So the Razer Edge right here, you can see it's almost like a smartphone with controllers mounted to the sides of it. It does have active air cooling. The display on this Razer Edge is so much better if you're going to mainly stream games from your PC over to it. And the resolution is better on this display. The nits brightness and the color gamut, it's 144 hertz refresh rate. This is going to be so much better to stream games from a powerful source, like if you already have a gaming laptop and you want to put that gaming image on something portable and play on your couch or play in bed, whatever, this is the better option in my book, rather than the Steam Deck, because this Razer Edge is like half the size. It weighs way less. The screen's way better. 144 hertz display is actually going to let you play things like Apex Legends or competitive games a bit better, more like you're playing on a console. So the Razer Edge, I think, is the way to go in that perspective. But from a perspective of a gaming thing that you can take with you and be completely disconnected from, not gaming in your home, you're always on like, let's say that you do have a commute or you're flying a lot. The Steam Deck is going to be so much better than the Razer Edge, because you're going to actually be able to play full-blown PC games without having to worry about a streaming source. The Razer Edge is only going to be able to do Android games in that scenario. So that's kind of my summary of the differences back and forth. MD with the $2 super chat, thank you so much. How long is the Steam Deck? How long is the battery life on the Steam Deck? If you're playing high-end games, it's going to be about 2 hours. If you're trying to maximize, if you're playing God of War, it's going to be like 2 hours of battery. But it is a USB-C, so you can use a USB-C power brick and power this thing for quite a long time with, like, say, a 10,000 mAh USB-C power brick. So it's not that you have very long battery life on the thing itself, but you can easily extend it. That said, if you play games that are less demanding, games that the Steam Deck can easily get to 60 FPS, or let's say you don't care about super high frame rate in a casual game, you just want 35 or 40, you could limit the frame rate down to like 30, 40 and reduce your wattage pull significantly on the Steam Deck, boosting your battery life into the 3, 4, 5 hour range. Steam says up to 8 hours. I'm not sure in what scenario they're playing with 8 hours of battery life, but in my experience, playing like God of War, we played for about an hour and we were at 50% battery life. You're running Cyberpunk and God of War at maximum settings or maximum wattage pull. Can you buy a Steam Deck for $400 and plop in a cheap SSD? That makes it unbeatable value at a price point for handheld. I'm not sure. That's not what it's designed to do, the Slick Rounder. That's the thing. And that's something else I wanted to mention. I didn't really talk about this, but you do have a micro SD card slot on this Steam Deck. So you could leverage this micro SD card slot to expand your storage to store more additional games if you want to install more games. Overall, I like the Steam Deck. I really do like it. It depends on your use case. You know, whether you want to go for something like the Razer Edge, something like the Steam Deck, or something like a gaming laptop. If you're mainly going to be playing competitive games, higher end, graphically demanding games, even this $550 Lenovo Ideapad 3 that I bought, it is a much better gaming experience at 1080p than what you're going to get on the Steam Deck. But you can't take this Lenovo Ideapad on an airplane or a bus and get the same gaming experience as the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck is a far better gaming experience when unplugged. And yeah, and it's going to be just a way better, like if you're looking for a gaming focused experience only on the go, that's what the Steam Deck's for. If you want PC games. If you already have a decent laptop, I really would recommend looking at the Razer Edge over the Steam Deck though. Daniel says you can upgrade the SSD. It's in a small slotted M.2. Yeah, I think it's a 2230. Valve claims that the Steam Deck is a soldered though, but I'm pretty sure I've seen some Reddit threads talking about replacing the Steam Deck SSD in it. So there may be ways to upgrade it, but it may require more advanced user capability than just undoing screws, popping one thing in and out. I'm not sure if you're going to really expand your storage, you really want to go for this SSD is really what you're going to, or the SD, sorry, you're going to upgrade the SD card. Cause you should be able to get at least 512 gig additional storage by popping a micro SD card slot into there. So, trying to think, do you guys have any questions? Mr. Alexander says, I have a Basilisk SERP 6 Pro with 6800H, 32 gigs of DDR5, 600 RAM. My PC is a media and emulation console. It runs Hogwarts at 720p medium, very nice, even though it wasn't meant to do it. Interesting. Oh, on your TV. B-Link Series 6 Pro. Oh, interesting. Not sure exactly what that is, but that's interesting. Either way, can I recommend the Steam Deck? Yes. Can I recommend this Lenovo Ideapad? Yes, but get the RAM upgraded and probably upgrade the SSD. But do not buy the Lenovo Ideapad unless you get it on sale. Do not pay the $899 price point for it because it's not worth it. It's better to go for other options at that price point. Now, if you can, I really do think going to the $899 price point with the MSI Delta 15 would be worth the money over this Ideapad, even at the $550 price point. Like if you can save up the $350 additional dollars to go up the MSI Delta 15, is super worth it. It's a much better laptop than the Lenovo Ideapad. But if your budget is strictly like $600 or less, that's where you got to make the decision between the Steam Deck and the Lenovo Ideapad. And that's where it gets a little harder. You have to ask yourself what kind of functionality you want in the device, how you're going to use the device, where you're going to use the device. And if you want to focus on more high resolution, higher quality settings, like the Lenovo Ideapad screen, or using an external monitor primarily, the Lenovo Ideapad's performance is going to scale so much better to higher resolutions and higher settings because the GPU has so much higher headroom. But if you're okay with lower resolution and you're mainly going to just game on the internal display, this is going to be a great experience in many, many ways. So, yeah. All right. That's it for this live stream for now. I hope you guys enjoyed it. This was an interesting challenge trying to do this. So I appreciate your patience when I messed up the camera angles or the focus or whatever, because this is the first time trying to do this type of handheld versus gaming laptop live stream, and it was a bit of a challenge. So I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you so much for tuning in, and thanks to everyone that became a member and donated today. Slick Runner says, great review, Gizmo. Keep up the good work. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. And if this video ends up getting a decent amount of views, then I'll make more handheld videos. If it doesn't, then I'll probably not focus on handheld stuff as much. We'll see. Either way, if you enjoyed it, slap a like. I'll see you in the next one. Brandon out. Huzzah.